who are effective communicators, analytical problem solvers, and savvy consumers of information. We propose to do this through an emphasis on communication, critical thinking, creativity, self-management, perseverance, and collaboration. Students will be active partners in authentic learning, offering voice and choice and demonstrating competency.
Thank you. All right, announcements and special acknowledgements. The next school committee meeting will be held Thursday, March 6th at 7 in the Middle High School Ensemble Room. The school committee will present our budget to the Finance Committee on Tuesday, March 11th and Wednesday, March 12th, both at 7:30 p.m. The Budget Subcommittee will meet remotely on March 3rd at 5. The School Committee Strategic Planning Working Group will meet March 4th at 7 in the Middle High School Guidance Conference Room. And the Communications Subcommittee will meet remotely Thursday, March 13th at 5. Any special acknowledgements?
If I have any this evening, it will be to my administrative team and Tom for working diligently the last week and a half to try to put together a reduced budget that we'll be talking about later this evening that has what I consider minimal impact to the students. I think what we're going to present this evening, you'll see, is I think the best case scenario in terms of limiting the impact to our students and the system as a whole. So kudos to the administrators for all their work.
Anybody else? I have a cheery one. Choral Fest last night. That was my first one as a parent, and I was not emotionally prepared. I'm like crying, like they're all up there all together singing, and it was amazing.
Welcome to the Oral Fest.
So good, literally. I like watched the video all day. So good. All right, public comments. Public comment is not a discussion, debate, or dialogue between individuals in the school committee. It's an individual's opportunity to express an opinion on issues within the school committee's authority. While the committee and/or administrators will not typically respond during public comment, the chair, as presiding officer of the meeting, may choose to if she deems it expeditious. Further, should the chair believe that an issue falls outside the purview of the school committee, she may request that citizens direct it to the appropriate person or body so that the matter is given proper consideration. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person, a total of 15 minutes overall. Please note, we will open our budget hearing later in the evening, which will allow an opportunity for comments specifically on the budget. Should you comment, please state your name and street. Use a timer for the 3 minutes in case you get there, so I don't have to verbally interrupt you.
Try to be.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Michelle Hunton, Turkey Shore Road. I first wanted to thank the administrators and the school committee for all your work on the budget. I know it's not an easy task, and I know you've had surprises in the past couple of weeks, so I don't envy the position you're in. I did want to address some of my concerns with the proposed world language cuts. I think the world language program is a critical program to a town like Ipswich, which has little to no ethnic diversity. I understand the program was first created, in addition to teaching language, also with a main focus on exposing young children to different cultures. And I think that is very important to expose young children to, and not just waiting to middle school, because I think it will help children respect their peers of different races and ethnic backgrounds. I did review the video from the school committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, so I listened to some of the discussion, and it seems like the proposed cuts to that program are due to a combination of funding and also scheduling issues. I think it was Ms. Wagner who stated that they wanted to use some additional time, and I think the world language program is about a half an hour a week for K through 3 students, that she wanted to use the additional time for literacy support, which I definitely would support if that was the case, and I'm hoping that is the case. But I did learn later on in the meeting that there was a proposal for a new health teacher, and the time frame for a health class would be about once a week for a half an hour. So it seems, just from listening to that extra half an hour was not necessarily going to literacy support, and instead was going to a health class. I did appreciate the school committee and the administrators' creative discussions about how to incorporate world language program if that is cut into the curriculum by pen pals and other creative ways, which I think would be great if it needs to be cut. But I wonder if the updates to the state health curriculum could also be incorporated into the schedule as it is now, maybe through PE or some other ways, rather than having a separate class for that. Because I feel like if world language or health class would be prioritized, I think world language is very important. And I would just appreciate ways to try to keep it going. I would say that I still have a first grader at Winthrop and a fourth grader, and my first grader is loving Spanish. She's thriving. The teacher is amazing. And my fourth grader hasn't had Spanish yet this year because the fourth and fifth graders, from what I understand, are only getting it one trimester. And she's seen the effects of this. She's bummed she doesn't have a language this year. She sees her sister learning Spanish, and she's very sad about it. And so just seeing that, I can imagine what those effects would be if the whole program was removed. So I respectfully request any creativity that can be done to keep the program going for both elementary schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Any other public comments? Right. Okay, so now we are going to move to presentations, and we're going to hear about the overnight field trip to Model UN, and we welcome High School Principal Mitchell.
Behind you? No? He dragged it over, so I know it's there.
There we go. Brian suggested doing a trial run, and I asked. No, I'll be fine. Which would you like to hear first, the Model UN or the racing challenge? I don't have a slideshow for the Model UN trip. I just have some facts. Model UN? Yeah, sure. So I know we have some new members. I'm not sure how much you know about the Model UN conference, but it's a culminating experience for a Model UN club. Students get together, and they are assigned a country, and they have to debate issues with other schools. And this is run by Boston College. It's going to be in Boston in the Seaport District. It's a great opportunity for kids to have leadership and to collaborate and to compete in a friendly way with other schools. I think in our very global and somewhat divisive political climate these days, I think it's such important skills for these kids to practice beyond the walls of our building and in the real world, or as real as they can be, outside of our school. So the idea is that on Friday, April 6th, they would compete. I don't know if they may compete that night, but they'd certainly compete on Saturday and through Sunday afternoon. They'd head back around 3 p.m. There's 48 students. I know it was a concern of the school committee that we didn't have enough chaperones. They are all actually up to 5 chaperones, so we will meet the 1-to-10 ratio as required by the policy. What questions do you have about Model UN? And Charlie, if I miss anything, you can fill in the details.
Yeah, Charlie gave us a good starter last week, our last meeting. Does anybody have questions?
A procedural one, super supportive of the trip. One of the only thing that came up last time was the chaperones, so glad to hear that we have them covered. Should we vote to approve it tonight? The document that's in our meeting folder doesn't have them listed. Do we need that, or are we okay to approve it and then have them listed at a later time?
Can approve it and have them listed, and as long as we know that we have the.
I have the names of the chaperones, if you want to.
Can I ask the split of staff versus like community or parent volunteers?
All staff members.
Okay, and so, just so I understand, it's $200 to get paid to be a staff member chaperone for the entire trip?
It's $100 per night per chaperone.
Okay. And then the cost of their room, how is that being covered?
So we have a fund in the principal's student activities account where we will fund students' scholarships if they are on free reduced lunch, or if there's situations like this where it's some kind of financial dire need, so we will be supplementing this, so the burden of the extra cost won't be passed on to the students.
Okay. And that fund is not going, I guess, what's the impact of that fund going to be should a student have a hardship, in a month?
I think the number of trips we have for the rest of this year are limited, so I think we'll be okay.
Okay. Great. I have another general question. I noticed that it said, and maybe I just hadn't picked this up on previous applications, there's a section for adult responsible for medication, and I just was wondering, like, the liability with that, or are there, nurses or medical staff present?
Not on this trip. I believe the nurses had shared with her a list of students who are participating, and if there are any students who had a high medical need, the nurse would be, or a nurse would be required to go. But my understanding is that that's not the case.
Okay. Excellent. Like with this, I adore, and I wish I could go on. No, but how do they communicate with different languages? Are they all English speaking? Okay. That was a good question. That was a good question.
The international kids that have come have been English.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That would make sense. Like all the field trips that money's spent, I always love to hear afterwards how it went and, the key things that the students learned. So if there's a couple of students that are interested in, I don't know, if that's possible, but
Yeah.
true. Charlie can include that in his But report. if there's, something else that other people want to talk about, I think that's, there's a cost to it, so, I would like to hear about it.
Sure,
Yeah.
I can talk to the advisor and make sure he's taking plenty of pictures, and Charlie and maybe a couple other students could come and do a presentation.
Ooh,
I can do that.
lovely. Wonderful. All right, is there a motion to support the overnight field trip for Model UN?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Jen, second by Haley. All in favor? Okay, unanimously passes. Have fun.
Thank-
All right, next up.
Next, we have the engineering projects trip, which is the culminating activity for our 1080 national competition. So throughout the course of the year, the students have to accumulate a number of points that they submit through some kind of portal, I imagine. And then if they qualify, I think they have to get 1,000 points. They get to compete in Charlotte at I think it's in some famous race course down in Charlotte.
Charlotte Motor Speedway.
The Charlotte Motor Speedway, yeah. I've never been there, I'm not a big racing guy, so. But I've seen pictures from the past, it's this enormous facility and thousands of kids participating in racing these cars. So it started a long time ago with Bill Gallant, who wanted to have some kind of goal for kids to shoot for. And so that was what started it. And so they build cars, they test out different tires to make sure that they're gonna have the right coefficient of friction for turning and driving. They have a practice race. I think it's been Everett High School comes here, and they take over the lower gym for a day, and they race to kind of check, do a little dry run of their cars. You can see some pictures of some of our students doing the hands-on activity. They do everything from making the molded plastic body of the car to building the engines and the differential of the transmission. It's an all-encompassing activity until April. So it connects to our mission, empowers students to be problem solvers, it fosters collaboration, and offers authentic learning opportunities. There. You can get a sense of the scale a little bit. You can see the speedway in the background of that top picture. This is how it connects to the different Massachusetts frameworks for technology, curriculum frameworks. About designing, it's really, they have to design and then build. And then when something doesn't work, they have to go back to the drawing board and either fix their design or fix the mechanics. And it's just a constant problem-solving activity throughout the year. This is their funding sources. I'll leave this one up so you can see it. Tim would have been here, but he's over at the awesome Ipswich pitch over at True North tonight. So he can get that. That's why he put approval pending, because he didn't want to put it in and count his chickens before they hatch. Put it in there. So students, they do have to contribute a good chunk of money, but you can see the top picture, raking leaves to raise money for they've gotten into this raking leaves activity every year to help raise money. There's a big picture of the whole crew holding up signs of, and banners of the different sponsors. And it's Mr. Sidmore in the blue polo shirt in the far left.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Similar to the question about chaperones, so it says 39 students in the group. And did you cover how many chaperones?
They had enough last year. and
Okay, here we go.
It probably will not be all staff members. I'm sure it's going to be mostly parents.
There's 4 listed on the application if you scroll
Okay,
down.
I see it now.
Right. For the pain grant, is that, and apologize if I forget, is that part of place-based learning?
Separate.
No.
Separate, that was separate, okay. Great. Is there a motion to support the Racing Challenge overnight field trip?
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved by Matt, second by Jenny. All in favor? Passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Question for you on overnight field trips and field trips in general. Should there be any consideration put into making the application like a Google form?
For field trips?
Yeah.
Yes?
Good idea.
We could, sure.
Might be more
Now that we
friendly
know how
with both
easy it
ends.
is. Well, for Feppy.
2 seconds.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a good idea.
All right, next we have a presentation on the department name change for pupil personnel services. And we have allotted approximately 10 minutes for this item, and the objective will be whether or not to approve the department name change as presented. Dr. Blake, are you going to present on this?
I can as soon as I find it in my notes here. So in your school committee folder this evening, I believe,
5C.
with our new, there it is. Historically, the Director of Pupil Personnel Services position, for those who've been around a while, that was Dr. Beverly Hedges' position. And now we have Eric with us, Dr. Eric Oxford, who's joined us. And he approached me a while ago about renaming the Pupil Personnel Services Department to Student Services. And he gave me good reasoning for that, and I shared that in the school committee folder with you. I can give you just, a few minutes to look that over, but, it aligns with current terminology and practices. It provides clarity and modernization. There's an emphasis on student-centered support, and it's consistent with state and federal language. So there's no change to the department per se. It really is simply a title change for the department, and hence it would be Director of Student Services as opposed to Pupil Personnel Services Director. So it really is just a name change. So Eric is here this evening. If folks have any specific questions that they wanted to ask, I know there were a few that had come to me, and I think they're all summarized in this document for you this evening.
I mean, if nothing else, the pupil personnel services does sound a little bit like something the town crier would yell from the back of a horse, so shift over, it's a little bit more modern.
And it's not a tongue twister.
It's
Yeah.
not, yeah, I mean, I would struggle with that one over and over again.
I think you said that at the last meeting. I can't remember last time someone said pupil.
Can we stop saying per pupil expenditure then for the budget? Can we come up with a new term?
All right, well,
Makes sense to me. It seems clear. And so this would require a title change for Dr. Oxford's position too, or that's not
Yes,
essential?
yes,
I mean-
but I don't, as I said, it's, there's nothing changing in terms of, it's a director position still. So it's that, at that level. So it isn't a title change, but it would just be formalized.
the scope's the same.
Scope is identical,
Same place on the org chart, just different name.
yes, yes.
Okay.
So instead of it saying Director of Pupil Personnel Services, it will say Director of Student Services.
Or Student
No?
Services
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Director.
yeah, sorry.
Either one.
Yeah.
Shoot, I
Sorry,
did again.
yes. No big deal.
Separate meeting?
That's okay.
All right. And you'd like a formal vote? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. So is there a motion to support the department name change from Pupil Personnel Services to Student Services?
A motion to change the department name from Pupil Personnel Services to Student Services. I move to.
Second.
Moved by Jenny, second by Jen. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Great, unanimously passes. Thank you. All right, next, our policy presentation. We've got 10 minutes allotted, but it will likely take a lot less than that. So just two quick FYIs. One is, I forgot to mention earlier that policy IJOA talks about our field trip ratios, and that's going to actually be upcoming. So I thought that would be relevant. So stay tuned on that. And I realized that last meeting, we had talked about the competency determination policy that was presented, and we were going to work to incorporate that in a potentially existing policy, but we did not get to it. So that will hopefully be after our next policy subcommittee meeting. All right, so 3 policies to look at right now. First is GBGE. This is a new policy that came from MASC. We actually reviewed it twice in 2 separate meetings because we wanted to consult with legal. And we did get some clarification that it's good information to have somewhere. We decided we were open to having it as a school committee policy, and clarified the wording around the leave process and pay and time. So we aren't going to vote on that one tonight because it's a new policy, but open to questions or suggestions.
How does this leave sort of jive with leave that's in the collective bargaining agreement?
Great question. Totally separate. So this is totally separate from collective bargaining and doesn't belong there. All right, well, now we'll go to the 2 that we may take action on tonight. The first is IDEA, and that was a policy that was created by previous school committee members. We reviewed it, felt it was still pertinent, and didn't recommend any changes to it. And the next is policy IE, which is not in the MASC manual, and we did not see value in keeping it in our manual, so we're recommending to delete that one.
Do other districts have IDEA? Is that a pretty, do you know? Just curious.
Don't know. May have their own form of it, because it's not a standard policy.
Does this have anything to do with like the no place for hate?
I mean, I think no place for
I mean,
hate
it
certainly falls under.
overlaps, but
Yeah.
that, there's not a direct, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, well, is there a motion to support the policy changes for the 2 policies, 2 existing policies?
Move to support policy IDEA and policy IE as presented tonight.
Second?
Moved by Kate, second by Matt.
If I can ask or offer a friendly amendment, offer for you to make a friendly amendment to that.
Yeah.
IDEA, we're going to reapprove. IE, we were removing that. So I just want to be clear that we're not,
She said as presented.
okay.
I rescind my motion, and I make a new motion to approve policy IDEA with edits as presented, and to remove policy IE from our policy manual.
Second.
Okay, moved by Kate.
Sorry, Laura, wherever you are.
Thank you.
Stole my second.
All right, further discussion? All right, all in favor? Passes. We'll come at you with extra policies at the next meeting.
No, that was a nice light one.
Joyful glee.
All right, on to our goals. So we've allotted 30 minutes for our goals and Dr. Blake's goals overall. And the objective will be identifying progress we've made on goals and identifying areas that we need to continue to take action on to hopefully meet our goals by the end of the school year. All right, so the first is the facilities management maintenance, and these are kind of broken down. So let's start with the prepare and plan for a new community elementary school building. Sasha, I don't know if you had time to kind of prepare some thoughts on that as the chair of that subcommittee.
Yes, the two main goals, the first one really was focused on getting us into and accepted by the MSBA. So both completed, and I think a wonderful outcome on that one. The second, there weren't really any facilities upgrades, issues that elevated to the school committee that needed either direction or approval. There were certainly things that we discussed here, including some of the issues with flooding at Winthrop and some of the changes that are being done at the high school to put new floors in place, all of which are being executed per plan, the ones that were planned. The new ones that came up were addressed, but nothing that really came to us. So I think for at least 1B, this just continued to partner with the superintendent and admin team on anything else that comes up. There weren't any major items for us this year like there were in previous years. I feel comfortable that we're on track. But I wouldn't suggest we specifically revise 1A. We are taking steps through that subcommittee, mostly on community engagement, sharing information, hearing from the town in advance of engaging with the MSBA in July.
Great summary. Anybody have anything to add? All right. Next one is about budget. So Sasha, you're kind of on deck for that one too.
Yeah, we're really in the middle of that, so
Yep.
that one hard to assess. We're
Yeah.
not behind in general, we're probably behind where we wanted to be with the original schedule because of several new things that have come up outside of our control. Decreased revenue from the town, increases in healthcare above and beyond what was originally planned for. So I feel like we're progressing well. It's not like behind maybe our interim dates, but on track certainly for our dates towards the end of this month and certainly to bring to Springtown meeting. Feel good there. There's a note in there about capital plan. We'll be discussing that tonight, so we haven't really gotten to that one. I think where we've done more than what we've done in previous years and really thinking about the long-term budgeting. Last year, that was very much focused on, we're in a contract negotiation year. This year, we've really started to look at what is the 10-year impact of our budget and overrides and elementary school building. And so while we're not finalized with that, I feel like we've gone beyond just FY '26 to really be thinking broadly. So I think that's great work that's going to set us up to be truly financially responsible over that 10-year period. The second one is around, or I touched on the second one, with the override funds. We're looking at it to make sure that the previous override funds last us for a full 5 years. We're looking to potentially, we're looking out the full 10 years to see what would future overrides look like as well, not just the stewardship of the previous override as well. So I feel very good about how we're progressing that way.
I think we have a little more to do based on how things go in the next month or so with the last bullet of B, which is community engagement on spending ahead of future overrides, just so we can make sure that because I think with with the news that the budget's really tight this year, there's already people on social media saying, there's going to be an override, watch out. And
Sure.
so I think there's some communication around future planning that needs to
Totally agree.
be discussed.
Last year, we put extra time into the budget calendar to account for time for the town and the boards to review. We're doing that again this year, right? So we're doing everything we can to help. I think we've also been doing more with, across the different boards to have that conversation. So I totally agree with what you're saying. I think if we continue to do the things that we've been doing and continue to put it in front of the town as early as possible and hear that feedback, I'm hoping that we can address that. But some of, like I said before, some of this
Right.
is coming in late, so we need to continue to think about how do we best address that in the coming weeks. I think it's a great point.
Did you have something? to say? Oh, I see.
I'm sorry.
I have not ever been on budget subcommittee, so I understand you've been meeting very frequently over the last several months. Love to think we're going to get to a place, where we've got a sound budget that the community supports. In typical years, I don't know what your scheduling looks like beyond that, but wondering if, like, kind of keeping this at, the forefront, and maybe that group shifting towards not only this year's budget, but maybe towards the end of the year, continuing that talk about long-term planning and funding.
I think it's a great suggestion, totally appropriate.
Another thing I'd like to request is, if possible, next year, I'd like to get a little more involvement in the capital plan discussions. I know it was a unique year because I think the capital plan sort of got rebuilt from scratch. But if next year the school committee could be a little bit more involved earlier on in the capital plan, I think that would be helpful. It feels a little late to be hearing about it tonight. So I don't know if that's through the budget subcommittee or the whole committee, or whether I know we had school facilities working group up and running at some point, so I don't know who the appropriate person is to review it, or group is to review it, but I think next year it'd be nice to be, just because I think we need to understand it and support it, even though it's not the school budget, it's still, the town. We need to understand the priorities for our buildings, and I think have some input on that earlier.
Support that. I'm keeping a list, and I feel like we maybe should shift to like having we have our goals, but then like thinking even what next year's goals might look like, because sometimes it's good to kind of keep in mind what we've been talking about. Okay. All right, next one is the FEFI policy review.
So this, we might need some edits to this goal, because our goal was originally to do an in-depth review and update the district policy DDA, which is it's called Principal Elements for Future FEFI's Distributions. So this work started last year. I think that group last year realized how big of a project that is. So didn't get, I think, as much done as they had hoped last year, and now this year we're sort of continuing the work. It's a different makeup of the group. But I know we've discussed this before. I think we realized we couldn't fix the policy until we fixed the procedure. So we've basically spent most of this year working on the procedure, so the application, the website content about FEFIs, the makeup of the paying grant committee, all that sort of nuts and bolts of it. So we've been doing a lot of work, but we haven't really gotten to the policy part of it yet. So I don't know if we want to revise this goal. I think the one thing we have done is the last bullet, which is a standardized approach for grant recipients to report out the impact the trust is having on students. We have done that. We won't get to implement it until the grant cycle starts, but we do have a more firmed up plan in place for that, which I think is something the FEFIs themselves have been asking for a long time. So that part we've done. So I don't know, what's your pleasure? Do we edit this goal, or do we just, okay.
I think
We're doing a lot of work, and we do plan.
DDA is what we're kind of digging into
Yeah,
next
well, now that
anyways,
we've sort
right?
of nailed down the procedure, we think, the grants have only been open for 2 weeks. We'll spend the next, March, April, May on the
We get
policy and see
to
how
my
far we get.
goals, the policy is actually a significant part of my goal, and you guys were initially doing the sort of the process, the procedures.
Okay.
And
Stole your
so-
goal, huh?
Yeah.
No, not at all. I think they work hand in hand. So by the end of the year, I think we'll be,
Okay,
be in good
yeah, I mean,
shape.
if we really buckle down on the policy for the next 3 months, it's possible. So we're a little behind, we just sort of shifted directions, but,
But compared to where we were last year, I feel like we're light years ahead of,
yeah,
we've at least identified the problems that we really feel like we need to tackle. So
right. And shout out to Laura for helping us a lot on the procedural part of it.
In the email that you drafted for the upcoming agenda, that I sort of outlines a lot of what you're talking about in terms of focus on what has happened around the procedural work. I'm happy to come back to this and sort of maybe we drop this into 2 parts. So we've got part 1 that you guys have already covered, and part 2 will reflect some of the policy piece that will be happening later in the remainder of the year. I don't know if we want to, and we can approve that for another meeting, or
You're saying to,
if we want to update the goal to reflect like that distinction between procedure and policy.
I mean, I'm okay with it written as is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am too.
Even if like, I feel confident we'll be able to do some revisions to DDA. We might have to continue next year and like do the what if this and what if that, you know?
Yeah, I think we'll have to
things keep coming out,
realize,
but-
figure out what we can get done by the end of the school year. I mean, yeah, and it won't be really implemented
Yeah.
until next year anyways, but.
Is this where the process of, given the world language and the one-year fund and how it's only for 1 year? I know there's some things that maybe are going into 2 years, but.
that'll be
how to
all
set
in
the
that's all part of the
expectation for it.
policy
Okay.
piece,
Yeah,
yes.
so we haven't
And
gotten
that'll-
into
You haven't
we'll
gotten there,
consider
okay.
that, right.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
good point, like going,
Yes.
everything informs our decisions, but going through this budget cycle is, I think, just more ideas, like how can we best utilize
Right,
funds,
right.
yeah.
And make it clear what exactly it is, and again, enjoy it while we have it, but we might not be able to
Right.
sustain it.
All right, next, student achievement and social well-being. So this doesn't specifically fall under like a specific subcommittee, so I don't know if anybody had thoughts on it or the goal in general, what we've done, what we should continue to be doing or need to do.
One thing that stands out to me is the post-pandemic social emotional performance support. I see that showing up in the budget, which is essentially how we communicate where the need is and how we can be addressing it for our students. So I think with that one, we particularly focused on it. About the last bullet around equity, the policy, we just supports that, but you're right, we have not had a lot that's come to us to execute against.
Now that there's, the MCAS is not part of it, it's going to be interesting to see how that changes, and I think it will show where there could be issues, or, what we can do to sort of keep up with the new way that graduation is dependent on. So
Yeah.
that would be interesting to see.
I think the extracurricular and club support show up through these grants and our approval is driving towards that. We've had conversations around how do we ensure, I think every single time we've talked about it, how do we ensure that someone that might financially be disadvantaged and not be able to attend, we're ensuring that we're creating that opportunity for them. So I think that's a big thing. I don't say those to say like we're doing a great job here. I think we should think about how do we do more, but that's where I see it showing up in at least our work so far this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's, when we were talking about field trips, it's probably just curved a little bit, to make sure there's scholarships available per field trip, to provide that equity.
So anything specific anybody thinks we should be taking action on this one? A little bit of a trickier one to,
The thing that came up last year, we didn't do, but we'd asked about what might be going on with the teachers or administration that we should be thinking about. There was is there online learning, is there a class reading, are there discussions that they're having that we should bring to the school committee so that we're in parity with what they're doing? I don't know if there's something like that maybe to consider that we could bring here, but if there's something going on across the administrators and teachers, we should think about that for us as well.
can you give an example?
No, because I don't know what's going on, but we talked about how do we make sure that we're doing the same things that our
Okay.
staff is.
Yeah. I guess that kind of flows to you.
Would they be interested in doing, or staff, I guess, like those teacher spotlights like they did in the past? Didn't they do that like a while ago? Is that something?
Here at this meeting, you mean?
Here at the school, didn't they used to do like a
Yeah.
5-minute like teacher spotlight
Yeah.
at the meetings? Am I,
That sort of fell off with
is that what you
contract
mean there, like
negotiations, and we never
update about?
started it up again.
Is that what you're kind of referring to, or?
I'm thinking, are they doing anything almost professional development wise
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
to advance, for advancement for themselves that we should be thinking about?
Maybe this shows up too in any presentations that we get, just so we have a better understanding of, new curriculum, or, how the student services department is run, or how the EL program is run. I mean, we've had some presentations on that, so I think the more we can understand how, as most of us non-educators, how things are run and done at the schools makes us understand things better and more able to support them, so.
Yeah.
Trying to think of other, when I was chair, I was trying to line up some presentations throughout the year, so that, even just 2 or 3, just so we could, what areas do we need sort of to be educated on?
Okay. It's on the to-do list. And, oh, go ahead.
This might have been said because I was looking at something else on the agenda. Did we talk about report cards? Meaning school report cards, DESI report cards, not?
Not talked about that yet.
So report cards came out, and I think this would be the area of our goals that we need to add that to a review of them, and maybe a presentation of those report cards per school.
Yeah. Yep, good call. And Charlie, to your point, and Kate's and Sasha's, but I recall one of the presentations was from the, like, guidance department. Right, and so that was really informative to understand what was going on. I believe the IEA approached us about doing the presentation.
They did.
Right, but can see if that's an avenue they want to pursue. Okay. Next is student safety awareness.
We've been focusing through the newsletters on reinforcing what the schools are doing, particularly in areas of gun safety, bullying prevention, discrimination prevention, and so that's where we've specifically targeted it on a monthly basis.
All right. Else have,
I have one thing to say. I know in student advisory, when we meet with Mr. Mitchell once a month, I've brought it up, but at least in the high school, I don't know if this is true in middle school or elementary schools, when we do active shooter drills, we do them when we're all inside of our own classrooms. And that is not something that happens frequently at the high school. Kids are in the music area, they're in theater, they're in the cafeteria having lunch, they're walking the hallways. So I suggested that we do a active shooter drill when it's not in that environment where we're all in our classrooms, everybody's in there, when kids are in the pod, or kids might be at band, or might be at lunch. Because I think we should, not train for the worst case scenario, which would be when there's, 40+ kids in one area, when you haven't prepared for that. And so I think it would be important for the elementary schools or middle school to also think about something like that, where they have it not when students are all in their own classroom, if that makes sense. And then also a drill where you leave the property and you meet at one of the safe locations. I know the middle school, high school has one at Bialik Park, and then I believe at the Shaw's Marketplace. But doing one of those drills once every 4 years or something, so that way every kid experiences at least once in high school, might be a good idea to prepare for the worst case, I guess. But elementary school might also consider doing something like that too. That's just my 2 cents on that.
makes sense.
Yeah, just because we haven't done anything like that.
I wonder if it would be worth doing, like, I think the elementary schools have done a really nice job of including quick links into their newsletters as well, in terms of, like, these are the drills that we do. We get regular communication in advance of drills that are kind of, hey, this drill is coming up. Refer to this guide if you want to know exactly what it's going to cover. And then we get an email afterwards that will say, here's how the drill went, and blah, blah, blah. So it's really great that a lot of that, I think, has been addressed well. But it might be worth doing like a targeted email around safety that says, here's what's happening at the elementary school level, middle school level, high school level. It's just its own email blast around this kind of thing that shows like a really sort of direct, again, targeted sort of piece of communication around this is the kind of thing that's happening. As opposed to it getting rolled into just the regular weekly thing and sometimes maybe getting lost in the shuffle. And I think there too, we could call out, like at the beginning of the year, you know, a lot of training had happened with the police department, the fire department. You guys attended a bunch of trainings. We talked about it here, but maybe it was included in a newsletter at that time. But again, like a reiteration of that in sort of the targeted approach.
That's a good idea because
District-wide safety.
Yeah, just some kind of
Yeah.
So show the,
That's more in my, that would be more in my goals, though, than the school committee.
again, like kind of Sasha was saying, kind of making sure we're all in parity. But yeah, it does make sense because that information is really front-loaded in the year, and like here we are. Yeah, so that's a good perspective. All right, I took notes for communications for that. All right, and the last one is community engagement.
You want me to keep going?
Are you?
They're about the things.
We talked about it through communications of where is there opportunity in general. Harder than I would have thought to be invited to some events around town. And it has come up through the elementary school building project in general. And then I mentioned earlier, but we are particularly focused on how do we bridge the conversations we've been having since we've been accepted to really kicking things off with the MSBA in July. And so where there are opportunities for that, whether it be formal in-person event or just opportunity to share more information, to push out information, or to receive questions that we can respond to. So we have not put that in place. We just met about that this week, but intending to put that in place next month.
Okay. That one's in progress, but we have a plan.
Well, and I think that's obviously focused engagement around the elementary school, but I think this goal more broadly was just generally, are there ways that we as a committee can be
Yes.
or like, and that's not something at all.
I think utilizing the newspaper, because as, a lot of people are on Facebook and they're getting, we talked about this at our elementary school subcommittee. But yeah, just posting a little like teaser, if you will. Oh, we're here.
We're not moving enough.
At the end of the meeting,
Seventh
Good
inning
night,
stretch.
Sure.
But like a little teaser for people that get the paper, there's a whole population of people that's how they see what's coming up. So whether it's to the website or the next meeting is going to be this, but have it in the newspaper, or a couple of frequently asked questions about the elementary school project, little blurb of that in the newspaper.
Like in the school newspapers or the Ipswich local news newspaper? Like the
Ipswich,
schools?
the community outside of the school
Gotcha.
community, the general population, because, people, even if they don't have skin in the game, the children are our future. We're all interested in what's going on with the kids and what they're gonna have to be paying in taxes and stuff, so. I'd have to just engage the newspaper with what that would look like, but can look into that. And we have talked about, like, some general, community activity within the communications subcommittee. Unfortunately, hit a couple dead ends, but we can kind of take another look at that, and then if anybody has any, hey, maybe you should approach this group, I think we're certainly open to any recommendations.
When you try to meet with groups, do you have a topic, or you just sort of?
We haven't, well, one of the things we
Going.
looked into was like dinner bell, and then the
Okay,
schedule
yeah.
wasn't available. And
We tried Council on Aging last year, and that didn't quite work out.
Yeah, they're tough to schedule. They schedule quite a bit in advance, I found.
I do believe as we have specific topics, primarily elementary school building, maybe some budget ones, that creates greater interest, and if they're
Yeah.
targeted, I think that's where we'll see those opportunities.
yeah,
I agree, because a couple years ago, we tried to have school committee, coffee with the school committee, and a couple of us went to Zoomies 5 or 6 times, and we didn't have a topic, so nobody came, or we just ended up talking to people we knew. I mean, it was fine, but I think if we had a topic, like, I think budget
Yeah.
and/or elementary building would be great.
all right, I'll add that too. And one question I had, increase awareness and opportunity of committee appointments. Were Kate or Jenny working on a list for our appointments?
The list is in there.
Oh,
Yeah.
let me check that
And
out.
there where? In the drive?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't tell you exactly where, it was a while ago, but, yeah, that makes sense to put it in the newspaper.
Yeah, well, if any
Wherever.
are coming
Well, I
out,
think we
yeah.
can use social
It's
media
upcoming.
to advertise, but we need, I think like maybe quarterly, we should look and see, is there anything coming up that we should be advertising for?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, if you could find that document maybe, and maybe
Yeah.
Laura could put it in a
Yeah.
more,
It definitely
Prominent
needs
place.
more input. It definitely needs more information from the different groups, but I found as much as I could.
okay.
But yeah, thank you for bringing it up. It could be more robust.
Okay, well, thank you for starting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can.
I see it.
share
It's
it.
actually,
Oh, you do?
it's in our 2024, 2025 meeting.
All
It's
right.
orange.
Okay, I'll check it
Um,
out.
Yeah, I'll look at it. Okay.
All right. Any other comments on our goals? All right, so now shifting over to Dr. Blake.
So this year, as you recall, we tried to link, sometimes directly, other times indirectly, my goals with the school committee's goals. So my first goal is around facilities. Again, the first objective was to ensure that all identified safety upgrades and repairs are completed on time and within budget for the district schools and athletic fields, and they have been. We were able to finish the safety film project as scheduled, and it was under budget, if I recall correctly. And then we did the rekeying project for both elementary schools, and that's been completed. Those were the two major projects that we had online that was somewhat of a significant lift to get completed. So that was, I think that's, we're in good shape there. Objective 2 was ensure the completion of all ongoing maintenance projects and enhancements funded through paying grants with a focus on improving indoor and outdoor learning environments. This came about with some of the shifts in personnel in the facilities department and just making sure that projects were moving forward. Again, I think I would say that there's been significant progress there. Sasha mentioned earlier the flooring projects. We've got 3 phases completed. We'll complete the last phase right after school gets out, which will be the rotunda and the 2 entryways to the 2 schools, and then that project will be done. We've had numerous plumbing issues, heating and ventilation issues continue, and, we try to stay on top of those. The boiler repairs here at the high school, boiler at Doyon. The field house project itself is moving along. They're putting together a bid package for the building itself. They've got plans and funds available to put in the sewer line as soon as school gets out, or in the spring, actually, I think when we get the ground thawed out. So all of those things, again, are moving forward. I think, significant progress being made. The second goal was,
Do you want to go each bucket, just in case there's questions?
yeah, we can do each one, yeah.
Anybody have questions or comments on the first one? I have one, and it's regarding the safety audit. I'm just thinking about when we first got the whole list, it was like, okay, going down the list, but then things that are ongoing, like, for instance, trimming back the trees
Yep.
and stuff.
I actually have that written in my notes, and I didn't say it, landscaping projects around the buildings.
So there's like a mechanism to kind of, it's not just, you know, I think before it was an eye on the condition of things, now we're also looking at,
Yep.
or more, even more looking at the safety implications of everything on the forefront.
Yes, yeah, making sure that the windows aren't blocked, you have clear views to the street, et cetera.
Okay, great.
Do you mind sharing, did you have your notes in the folder, or do you mind sharing the notes with us at some?
They're literally just
Just
a
handouts.
couple of bullet points that I put together. I didn't put any.
Okay,
a
just to
formal
remind people,
document.
this is a good, like, at the end of the year, when we do the performance evaluation of the superintendent, this is what we're evaluating him on. So this is our chance to, like, ask questions and see how the goals are going. And, I mean, you can always ask questions, but this is like a
Sure.
formal check-in, so
Yep. Yep.
at the end of the year, you can't say, we didn't know what you were doing, because this is our,
Right.
this is why we're reviewing it now.
Yeah.
So maybe it would be helpful after this if you could put together, like what you're
doc.
presenting verbally now to us
Sure.
to be able to
Yeah.
refer back to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The second goal was around budget, fiscal responsibility and budget planning, again, tied to the school committee's goal. The objective one was develop and present a balanced FY '26 budget in collaboration with the district leadership team, focusing on educational priorities and sustainability. And we all know how that's going. No, all kidding aside, I think that, you know, the leadership team and I put together what we felt was a sound budget. It was difficult to put together. I know that the newspaper took another pot shot at me, but that's fine, about saying that, because the budgets are difficult to put together, and they're supposed to be. You know, there's a limited resource available to us. And there are shifting priorities that we need to look at every year. You know, and the additional challenges of looking at, you know, finding ways to shift resources within the budget to tighten things up. The addition of the 5% health insurance that we needed to find in the budget, as well as the, you know, the other $600,000 that we had to just find in the last week and a half. And I don't say find, but we had to, again, revisit the budget and figure out how we could present the budget in such a way that it would have minimal impact on students. And so there were a lot of tough decisions made there. But I do think, and we'll talk about it a little bit later this evening, and you know, I think that I would say that I'm in the process of meeting that goal. I almost have to meet that goal. So that you folks can then adopt a budget to bring to the FinCom. The second part of that is, you know, the revising and gaining approval for the capital plan moving forward. With the changes in personnel on both the town side and the school side, and looking at the different systems and needs of both the town and the school, Stephen and I sat down and put a lot of work into looking at all of the past needs and current needs and future needs for the capital plan for each of the buildings. As you know, there's been concerns around the maintenance, the overall maintenance and long-term maintenance in the buildings. This new high school is now 26 years old, 25 years old, so it's in need of some significant TLC, and so we needed to look at that in the capital plan. And so you'll see in the capital plan a number of things like the redoing the fire suppression system, because we've We've had issues around popping heads on the sprinklers, and rooms getting flooded because the pressure, they get pressurized, and we have issues. There's lots of those things that have been happening. And so the capital plan for next year, in particular, seeks to take care of some of those issues. So I'm happy with the way the capital plan came out. And what happens is every year we look at all of the capital plan is a living document. So we look at all of the needs every year, and while things appear on the capital plan, priorities shift because there's only a limited amount of money available to both the town and the school to fund that entire plan. This year, there were, in particular for this next year, there were many more requests for capital projects than there was available funds to support those. And so in the capital plan, you'll see later on this evening, there are some arrows where we bump things out, where we felt we could, okay, we can get away with, another year on this, so we pushed everything out. So I'm happy with the way the capital plan came together. I think it meets our current and some of the future needs and takes care of this building in particular with some of the needs that we have there. So.
Questions, comments on?
My only comment is you've got noted in the February 2025 for the budget. I think given the last minute items that have come up, I think some grace in the timing of that would be appropriate.
Thank you.
So we're not going to wrap it up tonight?
Well, you can, but.
No, we're not voting tonight, so we're not.
Nope, you didn't make February. Done. No, thank you. The FEFI's policy review, again, we talked a little bit about that earlier tonight. The objective here is to lead a thorough review and update on the district's FEFI's policy to ensure it meets the needs of the district and aligns with the goals of the trust. And I just noted here, slow progress on my end of things in terms of the actual policy, but we have done a lot of work at with the application process, the procedures around that, which will then essentially inform, and I think rightfully so, the policy, because what we're finding is that as we're writing the procedures, questions are coming up and things that we want to make sure that we include in the policy going forward. And I don't know that we're going to meet that timeline of March for the target.
It says March, yeah. I would expect some grace there also.
Well, we did
That's
more than was on here. I mean,
The fourth goal, student achievement and well-being. The objective is ensure equitable access to academic resources, extracurricular opportunities for all students, focus on eliminating achievement gaps. Again, to Sasha's point earlier, and we've had discussions at the school levels, in particular the high school and the graduation requirements. We made the recommended policy change for the competency determination so that kids are eligible to graduate. We are, running data meetings to look at student data, we just received the list of the lowest performing students in terms of the state, so we can take a closer look at that at all levels. In terms of the extracurricular opportunities for all, we spent a lot of time over the last year sort of mapping out all of the different field trips and opportunities that we have for students. We have I think a pretty solid database of what those trips are and when they are, the ones that are recurring. And we do have adequate resources or funding opportunities to ensure that all kids can go on those trips that want to go. It's a little bit more difficult because students and families, because we have universal free breakfast and lunch. So the parents don't necessarily have to fill out the forms. So we have to rely a little bit more on teachers and the counseling staff to sort of point out who those students might be, so that we can effectively capture them and make those opportunities available.
Can I just make one suggestion for that? I think it might be helpful for parents of, all the schools if there was like an online list, sort of how we have, different classes offered at the schools, if there was a list of different trips or opportunities or clubs or extracurricular things offered at the schools, because parents might not know, students might not know of all the different things that schools have to offer. I think the high school has a somewhat version, but I don't know if the elementary schools or the middle school has something similar to that. That way parents can be involved and informed and all that stuff.
Yeah. I'm always amazed. I'm like, high school has that too? Like,
Yeah.
there's, yeah.
With like advisors and who to contact.
Yep.
Ryan, I don't think for you, but we had talked about last year getting the list of the field trips, but how do we think about that in the context of funding and a little bit of a rubric? Where that landed, if that's with Feffy's, otherwise maybe bring that to the operations subcommittee. That would be a good one for us to pick back up this year. And then for you, no sort of feedback on so far, but I think this one I would at least like to hear more about in your administrative reports going forward through the rest of the year. It's an important one. I think we should spend more time on it, or just it would be good for us to be closer to what's going on.
You mentioned bringing up a rubric about trips, which I remember talking about a little bit at our summer retreat. Has operations been meeting?
No, that's what I'm suggesting. It'd be a great one for
that
you.
would be great. I know Haley's the chair of that, right?
Yeah, it's perfect timing for me to bring it up. Yes, I will make sure she knows.
Okay, good.
You leave the room.
schedule that.
There's
That
always
was
Oh, I was like, you're trying.
No one go anywhere.
That could be a goal
You're
for next year.
assigned to things.
Yeah,
We've
no,
been
that-
talking about it for a while,
No, that's true.
but I think it touches on a lot of
Yeah.
things. I mean, it could touch on the Feffy's policy, it could touch on
Yeah.
equity of access to things, and
I
then
think
also just like a
that
philosophy.
came out of discussions, and it's been a discussion point for years, that in particular here at the high school level, you've got a lot of potentially overseas trips or trips to Canada, and then every 4 years you've got the England trip, and then you've got athletic fees, and just looking at all of the things that aren't included in the budget, right, that parents are asked to support. So,
I do think it would be good for us to look after this year, so it's in place for next year.
and I do have to say too that we have wonderful opportunities for our students in Ipswich that most other districts don't have. And I point to the Racing Challenge trip that was presented earlier tonight. There's a $10,000 grant that group received through a paying grant. They received another $5,000 from IEF. They did fundraising on their own of another, I forget what the number was, 3 or 5,000. So those trips are super expensive. Other communities are strapped to have those opportunities for their students. I think we have to keep that in the back of our mind, because on the one hand, we say we want to provide all of this, right? And we want equitable access, and everybody should have these opportunities to do all of these wonderful things, but the funding of it is tricky.
And I've always said it's nice for the families to know what what's offered and what
And when.
they might be able to queue up for their
Sure.
children in terms of budgeting for things, because
Yeah.
there is a lot of opportunities. But it's a lot, it's a lot of money for families.
I mean, that could be part of like a list of extracurricular options, like what's happening. Like your kid's a freshman, in 2 years we're going to go to England, this state. Every other year there's going to be a Spanish trip or a French trip, and yeah.
Regarding the target, the measure and target of that goal, it says identifying existing gaps and develop a plan to decrease these gaps. How personal do you get per student? Like when you identify the students that have the lowest scores, do the teachers come together and create a plan for
Yes.
that child, that student? And does it follow through? It would be interesting to see, not like individual student plans, but if that's been helpful for those students over, I don't know, a year or whatever, to see if that system is working. And then to me, that's how we could determine the success of decreasing those gaps.
Eric, do you want to touch on that a little bit, just overall how the process works?
Yeah, no problem. So elementary through high school, really, I was just yesterday a part of an elementary data meeting where we're looking at our students screening universal benchmark screeners, which the elementary's done a really good job of using just multiple data sources to kind of triangulate that data in conjunction with MCAS, and then certainly day-to-day, student progress work, progress levels within the classroom, just from teacher feedback and things like that. So our literacy and math coaches, along with Dr. Wagner, who's not here obviously tonight, but sat down with principals yesterday just to walk through, what does this look like, and then exactly what you're saying, targeting students and, categorizing them, right, just internally, not that we're gonna,
Sure.
look to track students or whatnot, but just to make
Right.
sure that then looking at what are those next immediate interventions and how we're gonna go about doing them. So I can certainly speak to that, because again, I've been a part of those, which selfishly I get really excited about, because, my role, even though the majority is special education, the more that we can support within general education, we know is just gonna help all kids. So, just to kind of piggyback on that question and whatnot, I can certainly say that is a data-driven approach that we're taking. I think it's a newer approach, as I'm learning, and I think with the adoption of the new ELA curriculum and the science of reading and all the things, it's just going to continue to further drive that data-driven approach, but the team is on it for sure. It was evident of that yesterday, so.
Excellent. Yeah, that's good. I think seeing data points, like as, obviously no student's name, nothing like that, but just to see the average at the time and how they have, progressed to something. Yeah.
Yeah, that was similar to my question, is your target is like to develop a plan. So do you plan on giving us like a presentation, like kind of to what Jenny's asking?
I can set something up for, in terms of how the data teams operate, yes.
That would be great.
Student safety awareness, the last goal, objective, collaborate with local agencies and staff to ensure that school safety measures are consistently communicated to students, parents, and the school community. Again, to Haley's earlier point, I think that, I would say that there's been significant progress on that. I updated all of the documentation for our evacuation sites, worked with the town on a couple of different drills that we went to in terms of both the initial evacuation sites and then a secondary evacuation site, and what those things would look like in terms of process. Updated the actual agreements, the contracts that we have with the owners of those facilities. We updated our training and security manuals earlier in the year. Heard a little bit about the drills that we've done. we have not done the formal drills for going to the evacuation sites off campus. It's a significant disruption, so the administrators have elected not to do that up until this point, but certainly something we could consider. Just in terms of the student safety and awareness, unfortunately, we had an event early this year, back in October, that really forced us to take a very close look at our counseling services and our counseling department and our resources and our ability to respond to that incident. And I think that we found that we had the documentation and the resources in place that we could call on, and the response was swift and very supportive. So I felt very good about that whole response, and how in the days and weeks afterward, we were able to debrief and work through some identified concerns that we saw, and made adjustments accordingly to the plans going forward.
Can you speak to your target there?
So the two safety awareness events, I have not done anything. Families report, understanding of school safety. Yeah, I have not done anything toward that target yet. Oh, I'm going to have to.
Okay. All right.
I just had a quick question on the incident reporting form on the website.
Yep.
And I believe you include it in your weekly.
Yep, it's at the bottom of
Do people
of
use
every
that? I mean,
week.
you're getting,
Not a whole lot, and
Okay.
I put reminders in
Yeah, I mean,
on
you're
occasion.
reminding- I mean,
It's in there every week, and I've put out
It's good you include
reminders, in my opening paragraphs
Yeah.
at times. I want to say it's been used maybe a dozen or 14 times over the last couple of years.
okay, well, it's good that it's there, though.
Suggestion, I think I mentioned it to somebody, is for the students, how can they report it anonymously if they see a bullying? They can go on the website too, but is there a more immediate way they could, I think I suggested like a box where it could have like suggestions on lunch, or it could have, and then you could easily just write something, put it in, so and this person's bullying this person, or this person's bullying, something that is simple, but kids can do it immediately instead of like going home and going on the website, if they see something urgent, hopefully they'll go directly to, right. But
I didn't even know there was a website report thing. I don't even think kids knew that. Like,
It's
we
right on the
weren't
main
briefed or
website.
told about it
Right.
or anything. I think if there was something, kids would just talk to their teacher, but I don't know how that would work for
right.
elementary or middle school.
Right. And some people don't want to know. Some people just
Right.
don't want to say that they're reporting bullying for themselves. They could just put it anonymously. But yeah, I find that to be more for the parents, the reporting. If they hear something from their child or they see something, but something for the kids that are directly affected.
I can speak to the third grade classroom that my children have been in, has a mechanism like you're talking about, like a mailbox, which I thought was
Right.
brilliant. I don't know how many teachers are taking that on, but
I don't think I think it's individual teachers. I don't think it's not a district-wide.
The one at like the main office at each school would, I could see that being,
Yeah,
or guidance
Yep.
departments.
yeah. That way they have access to it and can look at it as soon as the person is done too. Simple.
I'd be curious on hold on, what's the title? Student safety awareness. I'd be curious to know if, and I don't know how we would get information on this, if the no cell phone policy has impacted a safe and trusting school environment feeling among students.
Asked that question 5 minutes too late, because John just left. He probably could have answered that.
Yeah, no, I mean,
But yeah.
I'd be curious to see.
There was a survey that students filled out the week before vacation, or maybe not this week, I imagine he'll share those results soon. I think they're going to be brought to school council on Monday, and I imagine they'll be brought to the committee after that.
Regarding the,
Regarding the
The cell
phone
phone?
ban, there was one that was just given to students to
Oh.
get their feelings on.
That's great. All right, any other questions about this item for Dr. Blake? Haley, we added a to-do for you, but Sasha will let you know.
went to the bathroom and we assigned you something.
And then, are there any other general questions on Dr. Blake's schools?
Can I,
Were you going to bury the
gonna
lead
tell her
there?
what it was?
You're going to have an operations,
Operations Subcommittee.
yeah, to talk about field trips.
Okay.
Sasha can fill you in since he's the one who just.
Yeah.
it's well timed. Can we just go back for item number 2, budget, fiscal responsibility, and budget planning? And I guess this is my theme for tonight, to go back. So I know that your goal for the capital plan, or the measure for standard 2 management and operations, submission of a 5-year capital plan, target finalized revision to the capital plan. I realized that earlier this week, the select board was presented the capital plan, and that's been worked on. And I know we're later in this agenda talking about the capital plan, but maybe just for some feedback here is to have more of this committee involved in some of the feedback of the capital plan, so that, so we have input into the capital plan. I know that there was a lot to it in the presentation on Tuesday to the select board, but some of it was not known to us. So I think, I don't know how to work that into whether it's an operations subcommittee, but just some feedback on the capital plan.
You brought that up earlier.
And Kate.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I like Kate's suggestion. Let's incorporate that into
Yeah.
budget going forward.
Yep.
So a regular
Yeah.
place there, and then
That's not something that, and I'm fine with that, but I just want to be clear that that's not something that the school committee had voted on in the past. It was usually a town facilities piece that was then submitted. It didn't usually come to the school committee, so I just want to be,
Awareness.
totally appropriate. I think what
Yeah.
we're seeing is all the school budget, capital plan, Whittier Elementary School buildings.
Perfect storm.
Some of those get
Yeah.
conflated
Sure.
too, and so I think for us to at least opine on it before it goes forward of how that's gonna come across.
Just
I think that's where
yeah.
the value is, not so much that we're looking to approve before it goes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like awareness and understanding of why
Okay.
things
Yeah.
were chosen and prioritized, and
Some of them are directly, educational decisions, like, White House, or the modular units, like, how are they going to be used? Like, we just to know what is being presented to the town.
All right, any other questions, comments on the goals? All right, I took notes there for some to-dos. All right, we were ahead on the agenda, and then that took a little longer, but it was good discussion. So now we are at the FY26 public budget hearing. So the purpose of this public budget hearing is to invite comments from members of the public regarding the proposed FY26 budget that is pending before the school committee. The committee will hear comments from persons present who wish to speak for, against, or neither for nor against the proposed FY26 budget for the Ipswich School District. So we will entertain brief general comments upon the opening of the public hearing, but I kindly ask speakers to consider holding specific questions until after we have received an update from the superintendent, had some opportunity amongst our members to ask some initial questions. So public members presenting for comment should please state their name and street, and are advised that this hearing is being video recorded for broadcast on television and the internet. So I now entertain a motion to open the public budget hearing at 8:25. Literally. Was that a motion?
All right, I heard a so moved. Yes. Second.
Okay, moved by Haley, second by Jen. All in favor? Okay, so we have opened the public budget hearing. Are there any initial comments? Okay, so we will go along. So we've allotted about an hour for this item. And the objective will be following up on the original budget proposal, understanding the revisions, asking questions, and gaining clarity so we can come closer to arriving at a position where we're ready to vote on a budget at a future meeting. We will also take, again, comments afterwards.
I just want to stress to anyone listening, this is the public budget hearing, but it's not the only time we will hear from the public on the budget. So we always welcome emails, people to come speak at citizens' comments, et cetera. So the hearing, I think, will remain open through our discussion. But there's also additional opportunities.
Absolutely.
Tom and I are going to sort of tag team this evening.
Oh, yay. We'll have to put it back. Thank you.
Fell asleep.
Yep, thank you. I like paper.
I'll sort of kick us off here for the discussion. As you know, we presented our budget, I presented the superintendent's proposed budget back on February 5th, I believe it was. And we had the leadership team here to present their individual budgets. We had some discussion that evening. We had some follow-up discussion after that. I believe it was February 5th, the day that we presented, or maybe it was the second day that we presented, we came to the school committee and indicated that we had learned that day that the insurance increase that we had initially budgeted for, which was, we budgeted 15%, which was, we thought, considerable. We had originally, way back in the fall, talked about budgeting 10%, which would have been a complete disaster for us. We budgeted 10% in the proposed budget. I'm sorry, we budgeted 15% in the proposed budget. And then the day of the presentation, we learned that the increase for Ipswich was actually closer to 20%. It was like 19.8 something percent. So we knew that night that we had to go back into the budget already to look for some ways to, out of the proposed budget, to find, essentially, move some things around or take things out of the budget to come up with $186,000. So we started with that process. This is going to work. There we go. So again, we started with we knew that we had a 20% increase in the health insurance. So that was 184,000. The town had presented us with a 1.6% reduction in the expected available school funding. And so that gap was $608,000 that we needed to then consider. That was, and I'm not going to read each piece of this. You folks have seen these slides already. The FinCom guidance that we had been previously working with was around a 4.5% growth in town contribution to the school budget. It actually, we learned from the town, and the town manager's office was working with a 2.9% increase. So we ended up having to find the difference between that 2.9 and 4.5% increase. So then we started, we knew that we had to come up with essentially, in ballpark $800,000. And so, why did that happen? Well, there was a myriad of factors that contributed to this, I'll say the perfect storm. The information wasn't confirmed until the Department of Revenue certified the tax levy. It was a little bit later this year because they had some issues at the state with personnel. The funding formula that calculates the town revenue projections, there were a few notable considerations. There was an increase in required expenses that essentially come off the top, if you will, before calculating the share that's available to both the school and town. For example, debt service, the HEROES Act, the Whittier assessment, the Essex Tech assessment, and retirement. And then there were lower than expected overall receipts that they were looking at. We did, once those numbers were taken out or taken off the top, we still received the approximately 39-61% split that we've historically received. So we didn't, the town didn't get more money than the school. There was no significant shift in that piece of it. So, Tom, do you want to walk through the actual numbers?
Sure.
You do that from there.
Yeah. Thank you. And just to Brian's last point, that was one of the things that the town manager shared with us, that was affirming that when it landed that the town school split was in the 60-40 range that it typically is, it didn't seem to be odd in their calculations. And we had brought up, well, that even though that may be the case, there's certainly, there's certainly a gap there. But, so the slide that you see here just really shows some numbers on it, and I guess the numbers didn't, or the tabs didn't take well to, within PowerPoint. But anyway, so up top is the current FY26 proposal from dated February 5 that you know of, showing a 4.29% overall increase request in the budget itself, over 4.29 requested over fiscal 25's budget. The anticipated town contribution, as we've talked about for some time, that being at 4.5%, and then that obviously drove lots of the conversations going back to last spring around the stabilization fund and the override, the calculator, as well, how a stabilization fund is managed with what the expectations of the budgets are going to be. And that then showed a mathematical need to request the $1.722 million from stabilization to fund fiscal 26. So that's the budget that is presently before you on February 5. As Dr. Blake said, with the factors that we've come to realize since then, there's a couple things that need to happen. The town manager, as Dr. Blake said, has informed us to plan on a lower town contribution being 2.9%. 2.9% would have a dollar equivalency there of $39,277,338, and that represents a 2.9% increase over the town's contribution from a year ago, as opposed to the expectation of a 4.5% increase. That then, one of the goals that we have, and you'll see, later on in a slide that we're talking about what our goals were in the last month, in the last couple of weeks even, was to really have some fidelity to the override calculator to as best as we could, and to maintain the expected withdrawal of 1.7 million, as opposed to just shifting, saying, oh, well, we can fix this by just moving more of a request to draw down the stabilization fund. That would have a dramatic impact on the town's expectation that we go into year 6 with the stabilization fund, as well as what we would like to have to contribute as we closed out each of the couple years' budgets, meaning closing out 25 and closing out 26. So one of our goals was to maintain the expectation of only withdrawing the 1.722 as originally anticipated. That then, so the math just following here, the funding gap, which is the 608,000 that Dr. Blake mentioned, as well as the 184,000, bringing us to the total funding gap, a total need to realize 434. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, there's nothing worse than a dead air on a cable broadcast, so I guess the slides are in your folder, so if you have them, we can certainly follow along that way. The next slide just really shows how we're going to land at the new dollar value of the new recommended, bottom line for the fiscal 26 budget. So at the top of that, it shows reconciliation for FY25, the year we're in now, which is our budget of the final budget for FY25 is $39,848,212, which is your neighbor.
Back up on the screen.
Oh, there we go. Which represents the budget, as we know, 5.08% request over 24. That was what was approved both at spring town meeting and fall town meeting. So that's where 25 is. So that's the sort of the base moving forward. With the need and the new information that we've realized, the budget and the changes to the budget that are being recommended to you this evening, dated February 27, shows the town contribution figure of 2.9% over fiscal 25, $39,226,869. Still having maintaining the fidelity to the 1.7 million request from stabilization, showing a new budget, a fiscal 26 new budget number of $40,949,059. That is an overall increase from 25 of 2.76%, down from the overall increase of the 4.29 that was originally presented. Next slide. This isn't something most of the slides here were presented to the finance subcommittee, a week ago at our meeting at the time. I just thought that having them all in one place for everyone to see might be useful. I don't plan to walk through these again. My only purpose in putting this slide up or even crafting at the time was to say from our end of the aisle, so to speak, the administration's end, we have heard lots and lots of concerns that town officials have shared with us and that the community has shared about the growing list of needs over the next, many years. And a lot of those have, in two significant cases, have to do with expectations of the school district upon the town, not the least of which is a $60 to $70 million elementary school, and the very real possibility under the current funding scheme for 2 operational overrides in the next 8 years. So I think there's a reality there that we need to face in looking at the growth of our budgets and the pace that that the town, or at least the town manager, has asked us to be keenly aware of. And I think that's wise. So that's the purpose of that slide.
I'll jump back.
Sure.
Back in. So, in order to get us where we needed to be, these are the budget considerations and the way we looked at this. We took all of the suggestions from the school committee, both on February 5th and 12th. We looked at reorganization and restructure of, absolute needs for our, proposed positions. We had a number of new positions that we were proposing in the budget for FY26. We looked to the possibility of shifting costs to paying grants for some new innovative teaching positions that were in the original proposed budget. We looked at class sizes, and this was some of this was included in the original proposed budget as well. We looked at student services needs, and we did a lot of tightening up that you'll see in some of the student service areas. And it also sort of gets us a jump start on some of the planning for FY27 as well. We're looking to shift additional costs to some of the reliable grants that we have, IDEA, a federal grant, for example. We moved some things around in that grant to provide an opportunity for us to shift some costs out of the proposed budget there. And then we also are looking to shift some additional eligible costs to some of our more reliable revolving funds that do replenish on a regular basis. Pre-K tuition, circuit breaker for FY26 based on the 25 reimbursements, and then the school food service program. We were able to charge more to that as well. In looking at where we were headed, we set the goals of focusing on student needs. We wanted to try to do this with the minimal impact to the classrooms. We looked at the ongoing known operations of our schools. Looked to try to maximize any of our efficiencies that we possibly could. We looked at staff patterns, looked at class sizes again. We started to take a closer but longer look at FY27 because we know that there's going to be some additional depletion of availability in some of our revolving accounts. And we looked at staff realignments, not necessarily reductions in force per se in terms of a contract language where there's bumping and all of that, but rather trying to capitalize on staff moving buildings or staff retiring, et cetera. And I think we were able to do that successfully. I wanted to make sure that all of the administrators worked together. That was important that we all sat down together and we talked about any of the recommended changes that were being made, so that one department or one school wasn't making all of the changes necessarily. And so it was, I think, a very collaborative process. So here's the revisions. Now, again, there was a question that came up this afternoon, are we producing new budget books? And the answer to that is not yet. What you have before in your budget bind, the books that we handed out, those are the original proposed budgets. We haven't done anything in those pages yet. Once we get to a point where we accept these changes, then before the next step, meaning presenting to the FinCom, we will go back and make the revisions to the budget so that it's an accurate reflection. So for our purposes this evening, I just wanted to share with folks here and out in TV land, out in the community, what those additional changes would be. And so I think Tom handed a handout this evening that was that highlighted all of them, and I'll just walk us through what, some of them, we'll walk through them all. In the proposed budget, we had a secretary position at the district level, special education secretary, that we reduced that. So that was 55, almost 56,000. We shifted and added district tuition to the federal grant, so we were able to make an additional reduction there. We increased, we shifted, again, these were budgeted monies that we pulled out and moved to circuit breaker, or to the federal grant. So that was another position, another out-of-district tuition that we were able to pay for with using circuit breaker funds. We eliminated a 1.0 new proposed speech and language pathology assistant, and we did some reorganization and tightening up of the service delivery model in order to accommodate that. At the middle school, we currently have a vacant position in the computer science area that we are currently having another staff member fill some of those spots as an extra class. And so next year, we're looking to reorganize with a 0.5 science and a 0.5 math position and the 1.0 technology, computer tech teacher. So a combination of we essentially eliminated that position, but we're going to utilize current staff to make sure that those requirements are still met, essentially. As you know, we had in the proposed budget the elementary comprehensive health teacher. We're looking to move that into a paying grant. The other paying grant that we're going to be writing is the shift for the high school drama and dance teacher. Incidentally, the dance class, I believe, Mr. Coelho was telling me last night that there's over 30 kids signed up, or at least have expressed interest in that already, which I think is interesting. Again, they haven't completed their course signups, but those are we have 30 that have expressed interest in that. Moving on, we had a retirement, and so there's, when folks retire, they're typically at the top of or close to the top of the pay scale. When we bring folks in, we typically hire at a much lower salary, so that we're going to, realize some savings or reduction there of 42,000. We also had that was an elementary teacher. We had a paraprofessional, and realigning the staff there for the retirement. So there's some savings there. Our technology department, they took a look at their budget and they were able to reduce or delay some of their technology purchases and services, and the rate at which we're turning the devices over. So that saved us another $27,000. We currently have a contracted employee as the assistant principal at the Paul F. Doyle Memorial School, so we've talked about making that assistant principal for next year a reduced contract as opposed to being a full-time year-round employee. They'll have a shortened contract. Essentially, 220 days would be a couple of weeks before school and a couple of weeks after school got out. And then the next two, I mentioned earlier, the preschool revolving account. Parents pay for preschool here in the school district, and so there's a balance, a significant balance in that account that we're able to shift or offset the preschool teacher salaries in each one in each building to the preschool tuition revolving fund, and so there's significant savings there. And then the savings in the cost of employment and benefits due to lost positions across the district and shifts in personnel. We have another 40,000. So at the end of the day, all of those reductions that I just mentioned add up to $799,000 reductions. And as you can see, very few are tied directly to forward-facing or student impact. Tom, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
The only thing I would share is that, you know, in sharpening the pencil to get here, it was, I think, while a little bit of a gun to the head, it was certainly a thoughtful exercise, and it was probably something that is going to set us in pretty good stead for fiscal '27. And we were able to really not have a very minimal impact on classrooms. A couple of both retirements in this case have positions that are either being replaced or being, you know, reorganized. On the items 12 and 13, as Dr. Blake mentioned with the preschool revolving fund, I think that's an entirely appropriate and a reasonable use of those funds. We are not recommending anything be charged into like school choice or any of the funds that we're seeing as depleting, and only asking that we, best utilize funds that can replenish themselves, and that we foresee being able to be replenished in a reliable way. So while this was a difficult exercise in the last couple weeks, with the goals that Dr. Blake mentioned, and us looking to make sure that we minimized impact to students and impact to teaching and learning, I think we have delivered something that is pretty sound.
Next slide is a duplicate.
It is. It's just, I figured we may want to have a summary slide and supposed to student backwards.
Can we ask questions, or?
Can you confirm just the top line numbers? I want to make sure I'm understanding that right. So the revenue from the town now is 39,226,000. Is that right? The third,
So for fiscal '26?
or 26, yeah.
Yes, for fiscal '26, the 2.9% increase over '25 of the town contribution
Yep.
from May town meeting of last year to what will be May town meeting of this year. It's not an increase over the bottom line because the town doesn't calculate the draw from stabilization nor the state aid bump, because obviously state aid is going to be a variable every year.
Right.
So
The total FY '26 budget that you're recommending, or that's currently in there now, is at the 40,
the current budget, the one from
What-
February 5?
No, what you're proposing tonight, what's the top line budget number? 40,949,000?
Correct.
Okay.
That includes two parts. Part one is the town contribution of the 39,226,869, and part two is the withdrawal from the stabilization fund being the same as you've seen before. And then those two parts bring us to the 40,949,059.
And are you still projecting to be able to return to stabilization 850,000 this year?
Yes.
What would you project to return to stabilization next year?
Well, I don't have a solid, answer to that. The calculator, which is one of the reasons why I'm not recommending that we change the 1.7 million figure. The expectation moving forward to get us through fiscal '28 is that this year, out of closing '25, we transfer 850,000, and in closing '26, it's recommending we transfer 750,000. The expectation I have as of now is that we're able to do that by keeping the number whole that we're taking out of stabilization for fiscal '26. That was part of that goal. We tried very hard at least on the budget planning piece to not just take the needs and transfer them into either stabilization or just apply them to school choice. We've got $1.5 million in the school choice fund, so I want to be clear. We could have solved this problem by just doing that, but that probably the concern that we've shared is that that's going to make fiscal '27's cliff that much greater.
Yeah.
So while we have this, I hate to use the word opportunity, because it's a forced opportunity, but be that as it may, while we're in this space, let's do this work and show the responsibility that is expected of us in doing this work.
So before we get to the specific line items that you included there, my concern is still the long range. We started to look out 10 years.
Yep.
What would the impact be to the town? Even with this budget, and if we bring down the original assumptions of town revenue significantly, and even if we match the year-over-year spend, the way the budget has increased, with this, over the next 10 years, we'd be looking at 3 overrides, close to $10 million to be able to sustain at this rate. So my concern is not specifically the numbers here, but that we need to start to change the course of our spending, starting with this year, above and beyond what you have here, so that our spending doesn't continue to spiral to a rate that we've got overrides every 3 years at 3 to 4 times what the town has seen before. I don't think we can continue to proceed that way. So we can go into the specific line items here. I would start with the recommendation that we need additional reductions here to make sure that we can maintain our spending without any kind of catastrophic cuts in future years. And so incrementally decrease over the next 10 years, as opposed to, and I'm particularly concerned if an override doesn't pass, that's major cuts across all of the schools.
I couldn't agree more with all those things. In fact, one of the slides that I shared from the February 5 presentation was that the growth, the actual growth in spending in fiscal '26 at the February 5 budget was closer to 7.5%. But we're able to offset those things by charging, and that's not a sustainable pathway. So, Sasha, I couldn't agree more. The other thing that we need to do, and it's probably to exercise that obviously should be done in the light of day, but maybe a budget subcommittee one, is to really pull apart the next rev of the calculator and really look at taking out the 4.5% growth that we're looking at and put in something like 2.9 or 3%, something that is less arbitrary. I don't want to throw numbers on a wall, but become really judicious about that. So, yeah.
If we assume 3% growth, 3% revenue growth in the town, I brought up last time, I'd like to be able to think about 10 years from now, our budget is in line with revenue from the town, so we don't need future overrides. Just in general, like, we wouldn't ask for another one over the next 10 years, especially anticipating that we're gonna go to the town for money for a new elementary building. To set us down that path, it would be a 2.65% in revenue, or, sorry, budget increase for us year over year, which would mean starting this year, it would be an additional 280,000 beyond that, or below what you're proposing tonight to start us down that path. My ask would be for us to look at how do we start to get to that number, so get to 40.6 million, not the 40.9 that you have here.
I piggyback off of that, like, I'm impressed with the speed of the adjustments that have been made. And as you were looking, it seems you came in kind of with the budget that, with the number that we knew we need to hit. Did you continue looking beyond that?
We did, actually. We did, in fact, this was it was a very thoughtful and guided exercise. So we do have because the exercise wasn't driven by the number. Obviously, the number of the 792,000 was the goal, but we didn't say, deliver it to the penny. Look at the needs of classrooms, look at the needs of your buildings, and look at the efficiencies of the existing staff. And we started by really taking out the new positions that were proposed in FY '26 and reorganizing what we could within the existing staff component to minimize that, that exact work. But there are additional, efficiencies that have been shared.
Not a whole lot.
Not a whole lot.
Yeah. The other thing that I think we have to keep in mind too is, as we're looking at all of this, you mentioned 3% growth, 3.5% growth. We just passed bargaining unit contracts at 4%.
Yep.
Right, for a year. Significant increase over the 4 years of each of the contracts. So that's a significant amount. Plus the associated costs with that for step and lane changes and, to your point, just as a comparison, I think I pointed out in the budget presentation that just the step and lane changes for staff who have completed additional credits and degrees, that was $250,000.
Yeah,
take
460 or so.
400 between all units.
Between all units,
So
yes.
So that right there is a significant, so you're asking essentially to cut another 280. Now we're going to start
It really impacts students.
it's going to have a significant impact on programming and services if we.
My recommendation is reduce the budget, which does mean we can't maintain level services for our students, only because we get ourselves to a place where I don't think that we can continue to fund at the level of increases year over year. And yeah, that does mean that we're going to reduce services across the schools. Yeah.
And the health insurance, I don't want to lose sight of that
Yeah.
either. I mean, that was a significant, that was, $184,000 right there. That was an increase we didn't anticipate.
But all in all, the 20% was an $800,000 increase over last year.
Correct.
I mean, the 15 to 20% was 184, but the 20%, and that is not your fault, but that is not a sustainable number that we can increase every year.
Right.
Regarding the town's health insurance, right, but that's incorporated with the school, right? You had said that the health insurance is priced out every 2 years. Right, so,
I don't recall saying that,
Oh.
but go ahead, ask your question.
all right. I thought,
No, we get new rates every year.
oh, okay, so
Well, but the
reason
But we
why I
have
said-
the
But you could-
But we have the opportunity to do, and it's not we, the school district, it's we, the town,
Right,
because it's all town and all municipal employees of which our staff are part of. But every couple of years, the town has an opportunity to go to the marketplace to change vendors.
well, that's what I mean,
But,
is,
but we get rates every year. Every year there's a rate increase, so every year there's an evaluation of what the cost of health insurance is going to be based on the prior year's really usage, the prior year's consumption of insurance.
Not
Under that
mistaken,
same-
Ipswich is over 100% usage, if I'm not
Yes.
right.
We're a very healthy group. We go to the doctors a lot.
But I guess my question, I think, is we don't price it out to other carriers. We do that every 2 years.
We do that
the
as the
opportunity.
town decides. The town doesn't
Right,
have
which
to
is
do
done every
that.
2 years?
We have the opportunity to
Have
do
the
it every 2
opportunity.
years.
They
We don't
They
necessarily
don't
have
actually do it
to.
every 2 years. They have the opportunity to do so.
And we did
I
it
guess my
recently.
point is, why can't we do that? Why isn't it done every year, given the amount,
Well,
you know?
It's
I mean,
a significant
it's-
procurement to do. I mean,
Okay.
we wouldn't,
Oh, but this is good to
we
know.
wouldn't do
Okay.
it, meaning the school district wouldn't do it. It would be done
By the town, yeah.
by the town. But in speaking, I guess, as I'm aware, and I know having done this in past life, it's a significant procurement. And I also don't think that we would be successful in finding a vendor who's only going to give us 12 months of work.
Gotcha.
Because the amount of
Oh,
work
okay.
from the vendor to be able to, I mean, we offer, 6 different plan designs for both employees and retirees.
Okay.
And it's a lot of detail work to go into this. I'm not defending the cost of health insurance,
That's
but
good
there's
to
a
know,
ton of
yeah.
work that goes into both making the procurement reality as well as the vendors in responding to it.
Okay.
I don't think we would get anyone, frankly, that would give us a year contract. It would be way too much work for them to do for 12 months of effort. And that, I think that's one of the reasons why the town hasn't changed vendors
Okay,
in years.
okay.
And we're with a collaborative vendor. It's called MIA, Massachusetts Intergovernmental Insurance Agent, who provides insurance coverage to hundreds of towns across the state.
Yeah.
So it's not just a,
Yeah.
you know,
Thank you for explaining that, because
Sure.
I was wondering, I'm like, why can't we? That makes so much more sense. So, thank you. I did have, what other question? Oh, has this ever happened with the town before, that we didn't get the increase that we had planned? Or that we had thought we were going to get, that, you know, now it's down to 2.9?
Yeah.
The increase?
We've had up and down years, because we projected that out. I think that the COVID years was, I think we'd have to pull those out, because one year was like -7%, but it was because of COVID, and then there was an influx of COVID funds a different year that was up to like 10%. But I think over the last 4 years or so, it's been in that 3.5 to 4.
4 plus, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the email that I sent out to you folks the other day, on Tuesday, I had pulled in the research that I had done with the town finance director to attempt to understand and to really challenge that work. I went to the last 5 or 6 town meetings to realize what the town growth has been, and to see why the percentage drop was as it is this year. And we have not seen a percentage, I think, to the heart of your question, we've not seen this percentage drop in the last 6 years.
Okay.
Now, there's aberrations, as Brian said, with the influx of COVID dollars was a spike. That's an anomaly. But we certainly, if you pull out the outliers, as I think I called them in the memo, you pull them out, we're certainly in the 3 to 4% range in those other years. And this is, below that, so.
And my last question is this when we would always find out? Or is this information known? Could we have known about this previously, like weeks before? The tough timing.
Yeah.
It's like really tough.
Yeah, it certainly was lousy timing. I think there were a number of factors that I pointed out early in the presentation, as far as, when we got the rate and when we, or when we got the percentage. But But either if we, even if we planned for it, we still would be looking at, I would have had to have developed a budget out of the gate that met these parameters.
True.
But
Seeing
I mean, I feel like
it
we-
one way, this feels like a, more of a loss. How do we prevent this type of setting a certain expectation and then ending up not meeting that? How do we prevent that in future years?
Yeah, so I think part of the answer to that is once we're through this budget process, to sit with the town and the FinCom and have a discussion around what the planning should be. Because we were anticipating and built the budget around the 3.5% increase that we were given the guidance from the FinCom last year. It's in the override calculator. So that's, we were anticipating some of that, and it came in significantly lower, so.
did the town know we were building a budget on a 4.5% assumed increase?
Tom and Catherine had conversations about that, yes.
And to that point, we've also increased our frequency of tri-boards, and that override calculator is up every time.
Right.
Everybody knew.
We discussed it at length. I think
Everybody
you
on
have
a
to-
Yeah, but the FinCom knowing is different than the town finance director and the town manager knowing, because the FinCom doesn't produce the money. If the FinCom just advises, I mean, it's the town that needs to know. So it just seems like there was some sort of
So if-
not
But the
Doing an
town
override
meeting
every
who?
5
sufficient
years-
communication.
Doing an override every 5 years requires us to do a 5-year projection and come up with those numbers. I think as you said, over the last 7 years, they've been wildly different. What we should do, because it's hard for us to predict, or the town to predict year over year, is if you were to move forward in the same way. Now, I'm looking for us to try to get away from overrides, but to do an override every year or two for a very small amount for the difference that you see year over year, and that way you're only reacting to the actual numbers from this year that you know for sure, and you don't need to project out as far. And so it creates a significantly lower chance of something like this happening in the future. So do overrides every 2 years for a much smaller amount. It would be more frequent, but over the course of that 5, 6, 7 years, it would overall be a way lower number, tax impact for residents. So if we were going to continue to do overrides, we should shift to something more like that.
The other piece for us to consider too is this isn't a unique Ipswich issue. Other communities are facing it as well. I heard from one of my colleagues, over in Pentucket, that he's got a significant deficit that he's trying to fill as well. And I'm sure he's not the only one in the Commonwealth that is experiencing that.
Well, a lot of communities are going for overrides this year. I mean,
Andover is, 30 or 40 positions this year. Huge numbers. Georgetown is having their own struggles. Wondering if they're going to get their significant override to be able to
Well, yeah, they're presenting like,
keep operating. Yeah.
if an override passes, this is the budget, and if an override doesn't pass, this is the budget, so,
They have declining enrollment over there.
yeah.
I think it's also fair to say, following up on a couple excellent points that Sasha made, with regard to the information that the town manager's office had provided, and did they know, about what or maybe it was Kate's question, sorry, about what they knew about the override calculator, and, I think we've been talking about it, ad nauseum. We've handed out slides, we've handed out paper. I'm also, maybe in defense of the town administration, I don't think that drives them at all. I think what the point that the town manager made to Brian and I a week ago was the fidelity that they keep to the formula that they, the spreadsheet that they work on when they sort of plug in expectations about what the tax levy is going to be, because they can't set the tax levy until Department of Revenue sets it. Was one of the explanations that was almost a month later this year than it typically is. And Mr. Crane shared all, sorts of ins and outs about that. My point is, I don't think that information drives them. I think what drives them is a concerted approach to being fairly conservative on what they know to be expenses and what they know to be increased in revenues. And then, when Mr. Crane saw that came out at the bottom line share was 61%, he said, well, that's what it always is. So I think it was a fairly, pretty consistent exercise. They shared with us the spreadsheets that they use every year. The town finance director and I went back and forth over the course of a couple of weeks to look at past years' revenue projections on the town, and she was very engaging with me and the research I had done to help sort of prod that along. They're pretty consistent with their calculations, at least not necessarily their projections, but with the formula that drives the projections. So I think there's a consistency there. Now, maybe they're being overly cautious in planning for fiscal '26. I think that may be fair. That was one of the reasons why that slide that had the 10 points that was sort of my, brain dump a little bit. And I think the town manager is being overly cautious about expectations of the taxpayer with tremendous infrastructure needs and a new elementary school and two overrides are in the mix in the next 8 years, never mind 3. So
I just, touching back on Sasha's point about the whole trying to meet a certain level of growth so that we don't have to require overrides every, 3 or 4 years constantly, getting off the override crutch. How is the school budget next year going to absorb these positions? Like, you can't write, the paying grant year after year for these 2 positions. Like, are you planning to keep that, different positions within those grants or the circuit breaker reimbursement funds? Like, next year, are we going to have $200,000 or whatever have you in costs that were delayed this year in next year's budget? If next year's budget only increases by, 3% again, what's the process for that? Are we just going to have to cut them again? Or we can't continuously put them into these revolving accounts and to grant opportunities?
That's a fair question, and I think that, we have to take a fresh look at the budget every year, and make adjustments accordingly. We have, when retirements come up, we look to, hire people, for example, at lower rates. We don't know what the insurance rate is going to be next year. Hopefully, it's not another 20% increase. So we'll be looking at different variables, like, once again next year in terms of building the budget.
Okay. And then,
And if I could just hop on, specifically to your question, the paying grants are being written for a 2-year request.
can they do that?
Sure, we can write we can write an application however we see fit.
We're gonna have the
We
policy
wouldn't
now.
approve them for 2, we'd only approve them
Oh, that's what
for
I mean.
1
So, like,
year.
you approve, like,
But we
2-year
would-
salary in this 1 year, or do you approve, or do you
No.
commit to approving this next year's paying?
Correct, they would still need to be approved each year, but this plan has an expectation of asking a 2-year commitment for these 2 new positions.
And if they, like, don't pass, if the committee gets their return back from the market and it's less than what the requests are and they have to make cuts and it doesn't get, if it's either this or it's, professional development that's funded through paying grant, what happens then?
It would be the same, candidly, as any paying grant. I mean, we get $1 million a year from FEFIs, and $720,000 of that goes to paying grants, and really, the paying committee is going to say yes or no to any of the proposals, not regardless of the 2 new teacher positions.
I just didn't know if you had a plan, let's say paying grant meets and they got $700,000 and requests were $900,000 like they were,
Have a crystal ball. I
don't have that. I didn't know if there was a plan to, put one of those positions that didn't get hired into the out-of-district funds or to put them anywhere else, or if it doesn't get funded, it's kind of out of the budget entirely.
Well,
Yeah, well, we can't just apply, so that's the other thing about the revolving funds. We can only apply lawful and applicable uses to those funds. The funds were established for specific purposes. We don't have the luxury, nor should we frankly, right? Because, of being able just to apply things to them to plug the budget in. So the fund you're referring to, the circuit breaker, we can only apply applicable extraordinary special education costs. We couldn't apply the salaries of a new, drama and dance instructor to that. It's not, so we're very limited in what we can use those funds for. We should be creative and thoughtful, but we need to be lawful around those uses.
The other issue is, I'll kind of say this to Charlie, but to everyone, these are your recommendations. This is not yet the school committee's budget. This is not, like, it could not end up in pain for FEPIs. Like, we need to discuss this. And that being said, I'm going to ask our chair, how do you want to handle this? A lot of this, we just got this information a few hours ago, in addition to the superintendent's budget from 2 weeks ago. So as a public hearing, like, how do you want us to proceed? Do you want us to comment, more questions?
I think more questions, and we're going to continue the discussion at the next meeting.
Okay.
But Jen, I'm not sure I understood your statement there regarding the paying grants. What we're recommending and what I'm presenting a budget as the superintendent's proposed budget. Those items are no longer in the proposed budget.
Right, so
If
Charlie.
the school committee, so we can discuss all those. Maybe there's things that you want me to put back in, but those are not in the proposed budget
Right.
anymore.
I guess my question,
Hang on
oh,
one second.
sorry.
Let me just finish this thought, because I'll lose it.
Okay.
The paying grants are completely separate.
Right.
And so anybody can write the paying grants, and then, if the paying grant gets approved, then it would, I guess, come to the committee, the school committee later on for final approval, I guess. But if the paying grant committee didn't approve those, then they're off the table for next year.
Okay, that was my question. Didn't know if there was a plan or if you were going to try to reabsorb those into the budget, but that's not looking like it's.
So, go ahead.
Sure. Okay. So my question, with this proposal, I mean, we want to make sure we're compliant. So I think the two more granular pieces are, with the reduction of the language teacher, are we compliant with standards? And then the other piece is, if the health teacher does not get funded for whatever reason from pain, how can we be compliant with the new standards?
There was a suggestion about incorporating that into physical PE.
That we've looked at that, and
Okay.
the standards are such that they would be able to teach some of them, but not all of them. So it's, as far as full compliance, we wouldn't be in full compliance.
Or either,
Either,
or?
or either.
So
The
this
world language
proposal-
standards at the elementary school I'm less concerned about than the health standards.
Just a
We're
question.
the only elementary school around that offers world language at the elementary level, I think.
What happens if we're not in compliance? Just, is that like a bad thing, or is that like a?
We're not gonna,
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
a, it's
Right,
a fair
I mean, does
question.
that funding get cut, or like,
It's
I
a
don't
fair
know.
question.
Yeah.
For tonight, it's a little
Okay.
different than tonight's discussion. I think even for the positions you're proposing that get picked up in a grant, I think that's fine. I don't know how we absorb those the year after that. And so unless they're maintained by a grant perpetually,
Well-
we still have the same issue. And so it gets us through next year, but
So
Wait,
I
we got-
have
But
some,
the issue, I think the issue becomes, and it goes back to Charlie's earlier question, every year when we look at the budget, we have to look at the entirety of the system and make determinations on what the goals of the system are, what our priorities are, in order to meet the needs of our students as well as the fiscal obligations. we make those, we build the budget around those things so that we prioritize the, prioritize the things that are important for the entire district, right? So, if a program is working and it's successful and kids are achieving, we want to make sure we keep those programs. We have to do program analyses. We know that we need to look at class sizes. In this budget, we started to look at that, and we've made some adjustments in class sizes. We may need to look at that, and we do look at it every year. There's been discussions around, trying to combine classes to be at the lower levels to try to bring down that number. There's been comments in the past about restructuring the school district now so that we put all of the kids in certain grade levels in one building and the rest of the students in another building so that you can combine. And maybe reduce from 6 sections of pick a grade to 5 sections, thereby reducing the need for a classroom teacher. We've got different, we have what has been deemed a successful co-teaching model in the district. That's another piece that we have to look at. We've got to look at, we still have to maintain our facilities, right? So moving a little bit away from the staff, the classroom staff, we still have facilities that we have to maintain, and there's money's in the budget for that. Student services, Eric's done a great job in his first year in looking at our programming, and in some cases in this budget, we're trying to develop some in-house programs so that we have fewer students who are going to be going out in the future, and potentially bring in some revenue in terms of tuition because they're low incidence cases in other districts that maybe they can tuition into us. So we're exploring all that, and that has to happen every year.
So I
Some
have
of those are
some questions.
longer. Oh, those are, I just want to finish what, because I know you have questions and I have questions too. Some of those are longer conversations that might take some time, and I feel like we're in a bit of a budget crunch where you're trying to make some changes in a meeting or 2 or 3 with your senior leadership staff. So I think both things are happening. I think you're trying to figure out how to cobble together this budget for FY26, but also start some of those longer term conversations about things that may take a little bit longer and are bigger sort of strategy shifts that we might be able to implement over the next, 1, 2, 3 years. So that's happening at the same time. But I don't think some of those things can't happen, in a week or 2 in terms of this budget particularly.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay.
All right, Jen, go, you're on.
Before anybody else jumps in, it's Jen's turn.
So I'll just start with the overall comment of, I still don't understand why the town just let us know this. I feel like we've been very communicative about what our projections are. And this was a very tight turnaround time in the middle of a budget that was already presented by you. So, so there's that. I also think that when we thought $184,000 because of the 20% insurance increase was a lot, we were somewhat devastated. And what we've done, or what you've done in the past week, is turn around almost $800,000 in, I don't want to say cuts, but non-budget items, that maybe we should have been doing this all along, because this doesn't touch a lot of the students, and that's a good thing. So maybe we should have been tighter beforehand. And then more specifically, I'd like to talk about what's not in the budget and the FEFIs versus what you've put forth here, but I have a question. The computer tech teachers, the middle school position that is the reorg of .5 math, .5 science, 1.0 computer tech, was computer science in the middle school originally a FEFI grant?
Yes,
Was it? I don't know.
Yeah.
it was.
So my concern is
And
that.
again, that was to meet standards as well. That's where that started. The state came out with new standards. I wasn't sure if it was a
I was
paying
positive
grant.
it was a paying grant.
I don't know off the top of my head if it was a paying grant, but I'll defer to you
Well,
if you.
I'm pretty
on
sure.
The committee at that point.
So my memory tells me that it was a paying grant, and I think over the course of every year that I sit here, we talk about the fact that it's unsustainable and we don't have the space for all these courses and add-on positions that we start as a FEFI grant, and then look what happened to world language, and look what's happening to computer tech, and then we're putting the health teaching position into that. And I think, and I think to Michelle's point earlier, we heard 2 weeks ago that the teachers can't fit the world language in their day, but we need to put half an hour of health in their day. So I think we're playing like a shell game with what FEFI's is going to fund and how long it's going to stay. And I would rather see the health position, and I suggested this last time, not put into a FEFI's grant or paying grant, but to be absorbed not by the phys ed teachers, because we've established that they can't do it in their small time frame with the students, but into the classroom. We looked at the classroom teachers. We looked at the standards 2 weeks ago, and we saw that a lot of the standards are already being done. You know, sharing, walking in a line, communicating. A lot of these things classroom teachers are doing, and I'd rather see that not put into a paying grant, but to be absorbed into the classroom teacher, and then see how that goes before we make it a paying grant that's going to be dissolved, and then what are we going to do with these standards in 3 years when it's no longer funded by paying? And then to the issue of world language, we talked about this, and Amy Sullivan had some ideas about like, what was done with some of the pen pals and things at the elementary level. Could that be a paying grant to ensure that some type of language, not in the form that it was originally written, but now with the time constraints, is added into, whether it's peppered into the art class, like we talked about last time, or in different places in the school to ensure that. So I think pretty strongly that we have a theme here of adding on standards through pain that then get dissolved. And in the middle school, I know we've even been like, it's been hard to find space, classroom space for some of the things that have been added on in the past few years. So there's some feedback there.
Can I add on to one piece related to that? I think I don't have the history for the computer tech programming. I think one thing that was clarified in the last meeting, though, was that the world language standard, that initial grant, wasn't in fact a response to a change in standards. That was an innovative grant. So while it is important, Diane, is the question that you were asking, and we've had some back and forth around this too, in terms of just understanding what are the world language standards, are we meeting them? That's still relevant and important, but it wasn't something that was being addressed in that initial grant as it was written in a response to the standards, as opposed to the health position, which is why that was originally proposed, was because there was a change in standard. So I understand why what you're highlighting is certainly important, needs to be addressed, but there's a distinction there as well.
Yeah, yeah, and Jen, I don't disagree with anything that you've said. You know, we're also having to contend with the parameters of time. We have a very limited school day, and to your point, we want to meet the standards. We want to make sure that we have adequate staffing to do things and be innovative. And I've been saying it for years, the FEFIS is a wonderful program, but very difficult to sustain.
Right.
And when do you find time in the day? Because teachers have the set classes and the class periods that they can work with, you know, in front of students as opposed to prep periods. And then you have the time on learning that is recommended or mandatory for the different curriculum, that you're supposed to have X number of minutes of wit and wisdom every day, X number of minutes of illustrative math instruction every day. And so there's parameters that we have to work in. We all collectively want as much as we possibly can for our kids, but we keep trying to shove it in the same bag, and it's difficult.
Right, but to the
So
point
you
of,
reweigh things each time to see what's more important, what's more important, what in terms of what's the priority, and how is it working?
but that's kind of my point, is that when I read those health standards 2 weeks ago, I thought, okay, so they're going to have a half an hour of this in a pull-out session, but the teacher's already doing it, and what's the overlap? And now is that teacher going to feel more pressed for time when those kids are in their health session, and then that teacher has less time to do wit and wisdom and the things that they're required to do? So if there's overlap, I just think a good way, or perhaps a way to roll out these standards for health is to not start with it as a paying grant, but start with it as the classroom teacher rolling it out and see how that goes. And maybe a smaller paying grant for some type of innovation of language that would be a smaller ask than the original one position for each elementary school.
I will say, last year on paying grant, there was not the group was not happy with staff positions continuously being brought in to the budget. That was my take on it. I don't know if Diana, you were also on it, but from when we were reviewing the staff position last year, there wasn't overwhelming, like, yes, we should do that. There was a lot more concern that this is going to be absorbed in the budget next year, and then when it gets cut, what's going to happen with that after? And that was a sense that I got.
Paying grant committee's going to get a lot more guidance and
I know, but I think that our future
education on
policy
what
should-
their role is
should
this
advise on
year.
everything, but I just know that this year, I think because it's been funded for 2 years, it's, almost $180,000. It's a big amount of money, and I don't know how they feel about it.
Jen, for this year's budget,
That's a budget
though,
question.
you agree that it should not be in this year's budget, but look differently at how it's handled in the future? You're not suggesting add them back into this year's budget, are you?
No.
Correct.
Okay.
So in the interest of time, so now running behind, kind of want to close this conversation as much as we can. So I'd like to go around and, like, if you have any final comments or questions, like for information you'd like to get from Dr. Blake or Tom, and then we'll move on to public comments. Jenny?
I'm all set. Thank you.
One more thing. When we spoke as a budget subcommittee, there was a dollar amount attached to the Whittier projection of $700,000 that the town expected to pay for Whittier students and all the transportation and everything that falls under that. And we had looked up that in prior years, it was about $550,000, $525,000. And I just wonder, was there a round up to that dollar amount? Because it was very round, it was $700,000. And if the town does not have to pay 700,000, but it may be 600,000 or something, is there, because they presented it to you as off the top for Whittier and Essex Tech expenses, is that something that could come back to the schools instead of coming off the top?
I'll defer to Tom on that.
And you don't have to answer me right now, but I think that,
Yeah, I think.
So the only thing that I would say from what I've been schooled on and how the town runs the calculation is that they consider that as an expense, one of several expenses that literally come off the top before they divide up the town and school share. So I think the town would need to, or the town administration would need to agree to change the formula by which they land at that. I don't think that's at our discretion. We could probably ask. Although I will say, one of the things, it's not really off topic, but one of the things that Mr. Crane did say to Brian and I was that it's probably time that we have a working group of some kind to relook at, the formula, not for fiscal '26, because they are where they are and we are where we are. But I think Mr. Crane seems open to a conversation around how the town, shares the resources that it has, and just because they've been doing it this way for some time, maybe it's the time to, to relook at that.
And the way I understand it is that the Whittier assessment going up has to do with in part, the failed vote last year on their project and the necessity for some capital expenditures now as a result of that in order to keep that building running. And so that's what they anticipate that Ipswich's increase will be, and I think that's why they did
Yeah.
that. So if we take that to the next step, if that doesn't materialize and that assessment isn't there, then there would have to be a conversation about, okay, so there's an extra $100,000 or $200,000, I'm making these numbers up. Does the school district, and they don't spend it, we would have to have some kind of a discussion or agreement with the town that the school, would we get the 61% of that 200,000, or the town get the rest, or what that would look like?
and I understand that, Whittier and Essex Tech are town money, town budget, and we have our budget, but when it was told to us that they took money off the top, and therefore our distribution is less, if that off-the-top money is not as much as they projected, could it come back?
We should get 61% of it, I would think, at least.
Can you look into the current mechanism for that?
Sure.
Okay. Next, okay. Haley?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Just to clarify, for 8 and 9, these are positions where someone is retiring, and essentially what's being proposed is that we wouldn't be hiring into those roles? Is that right?
Be
No,
hiring.
for number 8, we would be replacing the position, retirement / a new hire. So that is a net savings from the retiree who's making at the top of the teacher salary schedule. She's retiring. She's 106 or 107%, not percent, $100,000, and we would replace that position at a much lower rate. So that 42,000 is the net between someone retiring at, say, 105,000 and our replacing them at, say, 65 or 67,000. That's where the net savings. So it's not a reduction of a teacher, it's the savings from taking advantage of savings from the retiree.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
And then in terms of the shift for the assistant principal to 220 days, you mentioned that essentially that's a few weeks before the school year begins and on the tail end specifically? So it
Yeah,
wouldn't impact their, like, when the school is in session, they would be full-time supporting?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
They would have to be consistent with the teacher work year, which is 184 days, plus they would have the additional time beyond the 184 days for preparation and summer work and, facilitating and leadership work. Yeah.
So given that that process is well underway in terms of, I know candidates have been vetted and are interviewing, how's that? Okay, they all know that that's, even though it hasn't been
I talked about
voted on yet or adopted yet, like that.
It doesn't have to be voted on, it's not in the budget.
We could add it back in when it's
Yeah,
our
add it
school
back
committee
in.
budget, but currently it's not in the budget. We could, when we,
The position is in the budget.
Yeah, but I was going to
Is
say.
that what you
well,
mean?
Well,
yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
assistant principal position.
is in the budget.
As a full year is in the February 5 budget. What's
Right.
being recommended tonight is that
it's
one of
not
the
in the-
adjustments be made, is that new contract for the new employee yet to be named be a different contract, meaning a different contractual number of days frankly, the math here is the same daily rate, just fewer days.
So they get part of the summer off instead of working year-round. Can I piggyback on that question? Is that possible, is that possible to do to our other assistant principal over time as the contract gets negotiated?
Unless she wanted to, because she has a current contract.
Okay, but that contract gets negotiated, it could be, it could happen.
Every 3 years.
Okay. Sorry, Haley.
nope, that was it. That was it for me.
I'm still worried about the current level of spend and the path that sets us down. We'd be looking at a $9 million override in the next few years. Our last one was $1.8 million. I don't think that that's acceptable by the town. What I'd like to see is a revised budget. It was $300,000 less, and see what that would look like in additional cuts for our subcommittee meeting on Monday. That's the first one. I know we've shared some recommendations. I'd like to see how many of those can fit.
That's a really quick turnover, I don't know.
That's a 2-day turnaround.
I mean, with our timeline, our meeting next week, and then we're going to FinCom. We don't have much other time, and I believe you're not in our meeting next week. We can't continue to wait. We can't see it after the FinCom meetings. Second is for the revolving accounts. We're touching those pretty significantly. I'd like to understand what the historic, year-end or year-beginning rate is to see how much we're depleting those. We're gonna get to the point next couple of years where we can't dip into those, and it's gonna further impact us. So some of that's gonna snowball. And then you mentioned the understanding the town funding taken off the top. We should, in the next couple of weeks, short order, get a meeting together, whether that's tri-board or whether it's just the finance managers to understand that, so we can take action to see if there's something we can do before we set our budget. I don't want to just understand it. I want to see where there's opportunity to adjust what they're proposing and for us to be part of that conversation. So for us to set that up, maybe that's more for you than for Tom, but to set up that discussion.
Before fiscal '26?
Before we set this budget, yeah.
I think respectfully, that's a pretty tall order. I don't think that's in the cards. I mean, I will make the outreach, happy to do so, but I don't see that in the cards. And which is why I think Mr. Crane said to Brian and I last week that he would be up for the conversation, sort of, a little tongue-in-cheek, but up for the reorganization, rethinking it, but for fiscal '27 and beyond, that they're in a place where they're pretty locked into. And I can be ready Monday for the budget subcommittee meeting with the revolving funds. That's pretty consistent, pretty reliable information that we have. The beginning and end of the years, I can go back the snapshot for the last, handful of years. I will just say that the only funds that I would ever recommend that we continue to make lawful use of are those that do replenish, and there is a reliable source of that. That we need to, we shouldn't be just throwing reoccurring costs at one-time funds, and that's not what this is recommending we do.
Did you want to say something? I have just some quick questions about these additional adjustments. So for number 2, shift 1 out of district tuition to federal IDEA grant. What's that IDEA, can I just call it IDEA grant? Yes, no, I know what the grant is, but what is that grant currently funding? Like, are we losing something else that it's currently funding? Does that make sense? Because it's not a new not a new IDEA grant.
Correct, yeah, that's our, it's called our 240 coded grant. That's for all students with disabilities ages 3 to 22, and then we have a 262 grant, which is only preschool, early childhood ages 3 to 5. That 262 grant itself is only about $10,000 total. The other one, the bigger one is about, this year is about $455,000. So walking into my role this year and learning about, what that grant had funded or sourced for our district, for several years in a row, the vast majority of that has been salaries for a handful of staff. And there's at least one teacher per school, one special education teacher per school. There's a BCBA in that grant, half of a few different salaries. So of that $455,000, near $400,000 of that was just salaries.
Okay.
And then we're required to put in their 9 to 11% retirement has to go into that grant as well. So then there's another $35,000 to $40,000. So after that, it's pretty minimal. So with that, in looking at some reorganization and looking at some reductions and reallocations and whatnot, we were able to free up and anticipate for FY26 some additional funds opening up that I can slide in this one out of district tuition for next year. So it is an allowable cost, for the federal government. We're just, with everything and the layers of details, looking at, which tuition to slide in, so to speak, and that's anticipating all the other things that we're doing in terms of building programming structures and seeing if we can bring kiddos back, longer terms and things like that. So just for what that's worth and that level of detail, I just want to share because it's important to note that it's, we didn't, I know you're not assuming this, but we didn't just, slide in 60,000. It was really strategic in thinking with all the other things, what can we look at for FY26 go in the grant and then already looking at FY27 and beyond and moving forward, so.
Thank you. Actually, one of my other questions is for you, so.
Sure.
Where is it? Do we have any, so something got shifted to circuit breaker 2. Shift 1, that's number 3. Shift another out of district tuition to circuit breaker. I know we had talked about some of the long-term, if we bring more kids back into the district, our circuit breaker reimbursements will be less. So do we have any concern about that long-term, relying on circuit breaker more while not getting as much circuit breaker reimbursements?
For sure.
Not necessarily next year,
Yeah,
but just in
I think
general.
from strictly a finance standpoint, I will always allow Tom to speak for me in that sense, but just in terms of from a process standpoint, from an operational standpoint, sure, the reliance of circuit breaker funds is not necessarily sustainable, which is, in my world, a good thing, because that means more kids are
Keeping
staying in
kids
district,
in,
right?
right.
So, and the reimbursement in itself, as I kind of walked through very quickly last time, is my easy example is that if every student with, including a tuition and transportation, every out-of-district student is an annual cost of about $100,000, the first $55,000 of that, we don't get any reimbursement of. The next 45, we get 75% back of that, which is about 35-ish thousand. So for every 100,000 out, we get 35,000 back.
Okay.
Versus 100,000 in our district if we were able to build those structures and things like that. So,
Right.
yeah, sure, long-term, I would love to not have to rely on any of that. I think it's a good bonus to have, right, so to speak, around ensuring that we are offsetting our appropriated budget with those funds, for out-of-district costs or other special ed costs. But, I think for the short term, no concerns. I think for long-term, again, like it's all these layers of how can we be more proactive so we don't have to consistently rely on, which I know is a priority charge of Tom's, and looking at that, so.
Do we have any concerns about federal grants in general with our new administration? Or are we just going with the fact that they're going to?
At this point, I've heard
Hopefully.
nothing of the nature. Certainly, it's in my mind. I mean, you just don't know, right?
Right.
I think that would be naive of me to not, worry about that. Maybe a little bit more than others as it relates to that. At this point, we've heard nothing. We're going to continue to assume that there will be no change. Certainly, even if there are departmental changes at the federal level, at this point, it's been assured that those funds would still be available. So we're gonna rely on that as it is. So.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see, what else, hold on.
Excuse me, Kate?
Yes,
Can I just chime in a
course.
bit on the circuit breaker piece?
Yep.
Because obviously Dr. Oxford makes a great point, but just in full transparency, when I was talking at the February 5 meeting about this, and the appreciation that circuit breaker was going to be one of those funds that would be going down because we would not be increasing our eligible costs, I was honestly and transparently keeping sort of in our back pocket that the money we will have in fiscal '26 will be based on fiscal '25's expenditure.
right, which
So
is
we are spending
before we're
to
implementing
budget
those.
and our out-of-district cost remains high, frankly, in fiscal '25. So therefore, our return into '26,
Is good.
which I was thinking we could keep in our back pocket, but it's very reasonable to
Right.
apply it here.
Yep.
That's kind of the math of Dr. Oxford's human side.
Gotcha. Thank you. Some other things suggestions that I had made to consider or think about were, have we thought about potentially increasing tuitions for pre-K and/or EDP as a potential revenue source over time?
So preschool I can't speak to, but the EDP program, the parents are paying for that, and we're only able to offset what we think is a legitimate cost for essentially the utilities or the usage of the space. So we
Right.
have to be careful with.
But we can't decide how much EDP charges. EDP
Correct.
charges what they want because they're an independent,
Pseudo-
semi-independent entity. Okay. And I got to ask, because if I don't ask, someone in the public will ask, have you looked at cuts at the administrative level?
No. I mean, we looked at, I shouldn't say no. We looked at the reduction in the elementary assistant principals, but there aren't other cuts to be made at these administrative.
Okay. That's all I got.
I have one quick question. I know we keep on running into issues, I guess I've heard a lot about it from the elementary school level, about not being able to fit in all the state requirements and giving kids only like 30 minutes a day of this and that and that. What do your colleagues see across different levels? How do they incorporate all their requirements in the school day? And are they also running into the same problem of there's not enough time in the day to fulfill all the requirements? I don't, you don't have to address it this time, you can address it, just something to like think about if you're revising an elementary school schedule or I feel like that's a.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily the schedule. Schedule does impact it and what we're trying to fit into the day. It becomes a bargaining unit issue, contractual issue in terms of length of school day, length of time that teachers are working in the school building. I want to be very clear about that because everybody knows that teachers are taking stuff home, but, to grade and whatnot. But that's sort of the short answer. It becomes a bargaining unit.
Right. I will wrap it up with, I'm nervous. So again, I'm impressed with the adjustments you've made. I want to, we like what we like here for education. I hate to see that change, but I think that you've been creative in some ways, and I'm wondering, I know I asked the question, but is there anything else we can tap into, like the example of, instead of hiring an assistant principal for a whole year, cutting that back a little bit? Are there any other areas we could look at and do a similar thing? Again, we're looking at DDA, the FEFI's policy. The intention of the grant is enrichment and enhancement. We've kind of incorporated innovation into that. If we focus on enrichment and enhancement, is there any opportunity to honor the grant
maintain the funds, but use the funds wisely to get us what we need. So I'm wondering if you could get a list of, obviously you can't get everything, but are there any standout positions or programs that had at some point in the last, 3 to 5 years been approved by a paying grant that we are now covering in the operating budget? And is there any opportunity to take another look at those?
Just trying to process your question. Are there are there positions in the current budget that were previously paying grant funded that we could potentially go back to paying grant funding them?
I think we need to think about how we're defining enrichment and enhancement.
Does it need to be positions, or could it be other
Positions,
things in the book?
programs, anything. I mean, again, I think it's going to be hard to figure it all out, but if we're saying, we knew world language, like, there are a couple that we kind of knew about. I think we've, again, unfortunately, not been able to maintain some of them, but is there anything else in there that we could look at?
We can certainly look. I think the position we're in for this year, with not having already completed the pain grant, the pain grant policy, right? We've made revisions to the process, but without, I don't know that that's would be a fruitful exercise, given where we are in terms of revising the pain grant policy. I guess that's.
Yeah, because we would need to have the policy.
Done and approved before they start meeting, and that's, their first meeting is Monday. So I don't.
But the budget, I'm sorry, but the submissions, if it's open right now. I would just be curious to know what we're covering in the operating budget that had been approved at
I can go
one point.
back and look.
And I would volunteer as a budget subcommittee member to look through the budget in detail to see if there are any things I could see that
Great.
could be discussed as enhancement or enrichment.
Is it the wishes of the entire committee, with all due respect, Sasha, for the administration in the next 2 days to go find another $300,000? Because that's a huge lift.
I mean, I don't feel I can speak to that because I'm not as informed as you are. Like, you're on the budget subcommittee and have a way better grasp on this than I do. I think, realistically, to your point, I recognize why that would be a challenge, but I understand based on what you've outlined why there seems to be the need. So I feel like you're sort of at a stalemate there. That's not a definitive answer, but it's a little hard to speak to be frank.
I guess I would maybe be curious what the next 5 or 6 things might be instead of a set dollar amount we need to get to.
Okay.
And then we could weigh in on those. That's a potential middle ground. I don't know.
I feel the same way.
I don't know if it's worth highlighting this. Again, like, I know we've had some back and forth around this, and I feel like it's sort of the same answer, and maybe what you're driving at, Diana, and the valuable comments that Jen made around understanding how we maintain the standards and how we maintain the values that we have in the district plan. How do we do that in the operating budget versus how do we leverage these grants? And I think the compliance piece obviously is relevant. We're not going to drill down to it today, but understanding that and for us to have a better understanding of how you guys are doing that on a regular basis and how you're prioritizing. And just to have a bigger picture view of like when do you guys find out when standards are going to be changing? How does that inform what the Compass team is doing and how they're reflecting on curriculum changes and those kinds of things? Again, we're not going to answer any of that today or even probably in the next couple weeks around this. But I think that's something that, given the goals conversation that we had earlier or whatever, that we need to be more educated around how that process is working, I think. And maybe this is just because I'm new and I don't know it and other people know it better. But it feels like there's something lacking there in terms of us being able to vote on some of these things or take a position on some of these things when we don't really understand how standards are being incorporated into some of this decision-making.
So to answer your question, Brian, about 300,000 more, I think understanding that that's a heavy lift, it's somewhere in between what Kate asked for. What are the next 5 or 6 past this? If you had to go, and I don't know if that's going to total another 300,000, but just, I think you did a good job of not touching the students directly with these, but if we had to go deeper, I think for the budget subcommittee meeting on Monday, I think it would be nice to know what would be the next layer.
Right. That, I think, it could be the taking away or, again, continuing to investigate. Is it raising costs for preschool? Is it, whatever it might be, what other potential revenue or funding sources are there?
And I think the reason I'm not keen to get to a number, I mean, I appreciate you did the math and looked at the long-term projections, but I'm not convinced until we sort of have some meetings with the town that we should really be projecting out 2.9 or 3. Like, that's the number this year, but I don't want to panic and say that's the number for the next 10 years. I do want to come up with a number that we can reliably start to work from every year, but I guess I just don't know where the town is. Is this a really conservative, panicky year because they know what the strategic plan is? They know public safety, elementary building, they know the capital plan's really deep this year, or is this like a one-off year, or is this really a trend
Totally
that
fair.
they're going in?
If we
For a
were
long
to,
time.
regardless of what the percent was, if we were to grow at the same percent as the town, so if they do 3%, we do 3, if they do 4, we do 4, whatever that is, at our current rate, forget about 10 years, we'd be looking at a multi-million-dollar, $5, $7, $8 million override in the next 2 years.
Yeah, I just want to look at those
Yeah.
numbers at the budget subcommittee,
Yeah.
because I haven't seen them,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying you're wrong,
Sure. No,
I want to make sure that we all,
yeah, no, totally
I don't
appropriate.
know.
We could spend time on it tonight, we could spend time on it on Monday. We do need to look at it. I don't think we can look just purely at this year. Because if we do that, next year, it would mean there'd be twice as many reductions, because we'd be putting it off. It's actually more than that, because you're putting it off plus the interest on top of that.
but you're assuming a 2.9 next year.
No, I'm saying even if we match the growth rate from the town, so if the town was 3.5 next year and we were 3.5, we're still in the same situation because the numbers are so big. We need to override in the next couple of years. Whether it's
So just
4
to
million or
say-
9 million, that's huge. It's way above what we've ever done.
Okay.
We've got to start to correct that course right away.
So just to say out loud that when the budget subcommittee has met, that one of our current themes is to look at not having overrides. I think it's important for the public to know that that's the goal, is how do we live within a budget?
Trying to find a way to get there, right.
And find a way to get there so that we don't
Right.
have to
It might take
rely
10,
on overrides
12 years,
for
yeah.
our operational budget. So I think it's important for the public to know that that's what we strive for.
Right. Yep.
And this is the type of stuff that's going to inform that strategic plan.
Yeah.
I know I don't have like a huge voice on this, but I agree with Sasha 100%. I think the town is facing a lot of huge projects coming up. Tax rates are going to go up, water rates are going to go up, and the school cannot be on a crutch for overrides to the tune of millions of dollars in the next 10 years. And so I do think it's important that we should see what the next $300,000 cutoff would look like as the first steps to get off overrides. I just think that's an important thing to look at.
When will you guys, as a subcommittee, when would you typically be sort of updating the broader group on those types of findings, or as you just outlined, like, this is a theme for us, so that we can understand, A, that it's been a theme, and B, then the numbers that you're driving at? When would that be something that we would have a more informed conversation around?
Yeah, it's hard, we've been delayed doing it because every time we meet, they're wonderful news for Tom to adjust his budget with. So we've been holding off because we don't want to keep reprojecting. Hopefully, we're at a place now where you're not going to find anything else out in the next couple of days. We'll discuss it Monday, we'll bring it to the school committee meeting on Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah.
I also think it's fair for us to have some, collective memory around that we've been talking about, getting to fiscal, 28 for a year. I've been here for 2 years, and we've been in earnest talking about fiscal 28. Going back to last fall, when we were negotiating with the teachers last summer, we were reporting out that I've been building in the background fiscal 27 and 28's budgets.
Right.
We've been reporting this budget, even the February 5 one, never mind the tonight recommendation, has fiscal 27 in our laser view.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I think you've done a great job with that. I think the line items here are terrific. Fully recognize it's not a shortcoming of anything you presented. We're asking for more here this evening, and to your point, the additional line items, don't just come back and say, we'll figure it out at some point, allows us to then make the decision about what we're comfortable with funding and not, and what we need to add back in, or where we see opportunity to take other things out. I think we're going about it just the right way. It's an incredibly tough budget year. It's not going to get easier. But this will help us make the most informed decision possible. Exactly what the mindset you're bringing up.
And the phrase I used earlier was, this is a forced opportunity, and I don't try to be
No, you're totally right.
about that. But we're in this space, whether we, we're in this space, and let's make the best decision that's going to help inform 27, not just, July 1st in 5 months from now.
And I think part of us asking for more is I was anticipating cuts that were gonna, I'm not saying these were nothing cuts, like, they're humans, some of them, like, they're, these are substantial cuts, but I was expecting to see more cuts that really impacted students. And I was impressed that you could find this many things that didn't directly impact students, though some of them do. So I think that's, I would have not ever expected going into this meeting that we would be asking to see more suggestions. But I think because you were able to find so many things that, that minimized impact to students, that I think we are curious, because we have this long-term fear, it might be worth seeing what else are possibilities.
All right.
We can do that.
So we have our list. So now we will move on to hear additional comments from persons present who wish to speak for, against, or neither for nor against the proposed FY26 budget for the Ipswich School District.
We're back to the open public
We're
hearing.
officially
If
inviting them.
anyone has.
Can I just make like a point of order, so at least in my brain, I'm hearing the feedback correctly, or the appreciation correctly, that as a point of order tonight, the administration is presenting a new bottom line for your consideration. The February 5 budget is now being amended by the administration to present to you this way. I just wanted to say that we're all on the same page. We're not looking at a February 5 number anymore. We're looking at a February 27 number.
This is the current
If everyone got that, I'm sorry
superintendent.
to say it out loud.
No, this is the
Thank you so much.
current
That's
superintendent's budget.
Because,
Yeah.
just in terms of discussion moving forward, what's on that page that was handed out this evening, those items are no longer in the budget, or if they are still in the budget, there's an offset to them, meaning it's not affecting that bottom line number.
And the actual adjustments to the budget will be given to us on the 6th or before FinCom?
Well, so to
Or-
Dr. Blake's point, earlier, when he and I talked about this, my plan would be, obviously you can direct me otherwise, but my plan would be that when the school committee adopts the budget, it becomes yours. We then produce a new document that's called school committee's budget that gets presented then to the townspeople and the FinCom.
Yep.
Now, if you, to do a couple, iterations, I was kind of nervous about how many budget drafts are we going to have out there, and that's kind of my
Yeah.
concern. But that would be my answer to, my recommendation, but direct me otherwise. If you-
No, that makes
I think
sense
that's
to
right.
me.
And then on Monday, as we have that conversation, let's also talk about what we want to bring, what materials we want to bring to the Thursday meeting next week for the full school committee to see where that stands now.
Okay, all right. So as it has been stated, we plan to have an FY, assuming everybody's done, FY '26 budget discussion agenda item at our next meeting with a potential vote, and we'll welcome additional community input during public comment at that time and via email between now and then. So having heard all comments, seeing no other board comments or public comments, I will now entertain a motion to close the public budget hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Haley, second by Jenny. All in favor? Okay, this public budget hearing is now closed at 10:17. No
It's the
longer.
longest public budget hearing I've ever run to.
I appreciate
Thank
that.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, would people like a couple minute
Yeah.
break? All right, we'll try to come back like 10:25.
Thanks out there, if anyone wants.
Stretching.
Sweating to the oldies. That's okay.
Jumping into the capital plan update.
Who's
a lot of-
fresh?
30 minutes for this item. If we can tighten it up, that'd be great. I think most of us watched the select board presentation. So I think the objective is just for us to understand what's being asked for and any implications on our current or future education delivery or operating budgets.
All right, I'm working on getting there.
The capital plan document is in the folder.
Okay. So the schools portion of the document starts on page about halfway down, page 4 of, well, it's 4 of 6 in the actual document. It's page 5 of 65 in the full plan. So, we had, I don't even know where to start. I don't know if we want a history lesson just on in terms of why some of these things are on there and why they're in out years, or how they ended up either being proposed for this year or moved out to future years. But as I indicated earlier tonight, the capital plan is a living document and changes based on priorities. You know, we anticipate that what you see in out years will remain in those years, but it could shift. The 8,000-gallon fuel storage tank replacement, for example, we moved out for several years. We moved that out to fiscal year '28, not knowing what was going to be happening with the Doyon site. Is that something that we will need to do at all? But we know that we can get away without doing that work for a couple of years. The same with the fire alarm system upgrade. Items that are in there for this coming year that are being proposed, we have a 3-ton HVAC system on top of the roof in the library that needs to be replaced. That's $34,000. We're looking to modify the principal's office and make that into a smaller learning space. That's $25,000 for that construction. We have kitchen equipment replacements that that we're looking to do, and the backup is in there, is in your packet. And then we're looking to, you can see the parking lot. This is another one we were looking. It's been in the plan for several years. We were going to do the asphalt, the mill, and overlay of that parking lot, but now with the potential for a building project, we pushed that out a couple of years to you know, and we'll just make do. What's still in there is, is, you know, sealing it like you would your own driveway and restriping the parking lot lines. So that's it for Doyon. In Winthrop, again, we have some replacements of kitchen equipment. I think the big item that folks are concerned about and was probably was an eye opener was the request for the modular classrooms for Winthrop. They are busting at the seams. We've already carved up what rooms we can. As you recall, last year we took a classroom and cut that up into 3 smaller learning spaces. We've got things being taught out in the hall and tutoring sessions being done in the hall. And so, you know, Amy came to me and said, you know, we've got to look at something for additional space. We can't keep doing this because the reality is, if we were to start building you know, if we were completely approved in the process, the students that are currently in the Winthrop School or the Doyon School will, or actually, I'll take it one step further, the kids that are in the preschool in either of those buildings will spend their entire career in those buildings. So a new building is being built for students who aren't currently in those buildings. So the thought was to look at bringing that, you know, it's essentially one unit of a given, and then we can look at the configuration of that building. I think what Amy's looking at doing is potentially bringing, having the preschool classrooms there, because we can outfit it with bathrooms, and you'll have the, you know, the privacy and the everything necessary for little people. We can build it that way. And that's with plumbing and all of that stuff and getting it on site. So that's why that was put forward.
So,
Let me-
just to be
oh,
clear,
okay.
so the modular unit that you put forward, it's specifically,
That's what's being recommended.
And at the end of
Now,
this,
we
there's like
can
spec
change the
sheets
configuration
about
of that. I mean, it's a, and Tom, jump in, it's a building of a particular square footage. I think it's in the back up there.
this.
You know, with the bathrooms and stuff, and so there's, like, it's not, what we've spec'd out isn't necessarily office space. We can't necessarily put just special education services out there. It's potentially two classrooms, that's the size and the square footage needed for those students.
What would be the impact if you didn't put that in place? And do you have alternatives to shift some of the incoming students, weight that towards Doyon instead? I know you don't have a ton of space there, but you're in a much better position than it went through.
Not a whole lot better, and I don't know, in terms of shifting students, I don't know how we
For
would
incoming
go.
kindergarten, first grade, instead of evenly distributing them, you heavily weighted towards Doyon to reduce the impact and number of students in the building it went through, to reduce the need for additional space.
I don't know that we would reduce it enough to reduce entire classes.
grade level,
Great, yeah.
like you can't
No,
I meant
in-
like if you
like,
have
yeah, if we were looking at-
three incoming first at Winthrop, three incoming first at Doyon, do two incoming first at Winthrop and three at Doyon, but the class size for each of those increases. You have fewer rooms, you need one less room in first grade at Winthrop. As an
This would
offset.
give us two classrooms. And I would see that potentially as a one-year fix as opposed to a,
Well, it addresses you there, but then you carry that through, because then you've got two sections of second, two sections of third, right? So it doesn't benefit the kids that are there now, but it sets you up for future, something like that. I mean, again, what can we do to minimize additional spend? I mean, I gotta say, in the vote in 2016 to do nothing and not move forward with the school, it's incredibly costly.
oh, absolutely.
Even a $240,000 line on top of all the repairs we've had to do, those are just gonna continue. I'm just trying to minimize that as much as possible, knowing that we're about to put a ton of money into a new school, potentially put money into a new school.
And there's maintenance
That's my
fees
concern.
for this building every
Exactly,
year too.
exactly.
It's not like it's
free once it's
Yeah,
there.
it was an expensive do-nothing option, and so this is one of those repercussions. Fully understand the need. I'm just trying to see where do we have potential options to try to reduce it?
Is it possible to, in the Winthrop School, to, do they do gym class in the cafeteria as well? I know there's a separate gym, so they already do that. 'Cause I was
And on
gonna
the
say,
front
we could-
lawn.
On the front.
Maybe the small gym that they have, but it's already, they're already, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question? Where is that, or these numbers for 2026 reflected?
It's not.
It's not.
So the capital plan is its own standalone budget. It's not part of the operating budget of the school district. It's,
So if
It
you
actually
look,
comes from, like, we submit our stuff to the town, and it's the town's capital improvement plan, and they fund it on the town side, and it'll be voted at.
Great news.
It'll be funded, it'll be, right.
No, it's an important question, because it's a,
No, it's a great
It'll-
question.
You know, it's voted on at town meeting, and, you know, I guess the potential is there to, you know, approve and/or not approve certain things that are in there.
and Haley, if you look at page 4 of 6, you'll see Doyen Elementary, Winthrop Middle School, High School again, with the same things. And then on the right, it's how it's funded. So much of this is funded from free cash. Do you see that?
Further on down, you need to go into the document itself.
page
It's like-
9 in that.
Oh, it is, sorry, I have a hard copy. But you'll see the red lines again
Right.
for the LED lighting.
Yep.
And so much of this is, and actually, the proposal is for some of these things.
I see it.
to
Thank
not-
you.
To bond
That's
and
helpful.
borrow, right.
Thanks.
And the financing, you know, options are the town manager's office's recommendations to, well, FinCom and then ultimately town meeting.
To town meeting, right. Right. If I go back up to just, we can certainly come back and talk more about the modular if you'd like. But we have a condensate tank that needs to be replaced at the Winthrop School. It's part of the heating system. You have them, if you have forced hot water in your house, you have a condensate tank attached to the boiler. Not a $50,000.
There's a
size,
lovely
but-
picture of it in the,
There is.
yes.
What page is that?
And I don't know if we get to choose the color. Okay, we'll just. And then if we look at the middle high school, here we've got some significant expenditures. You know, we're on a continuous cycle of interior and exterior painting. So that's in there. There's a radio box communicator for the roof that has to do with the contacting police and fire. We are looking to do a full retrofit on the sprinkler system here, and I think I alluded to that earlier. We've had numerous issues over the last couple of years with the sprinkler heads popping, and, you know, they get pressurized because of problems in the system itself. When the pressure drops, then the heads pop, and it's charged, and then we end up with classrooms flooding out. And that's what happened this past year to a couple middle school classrooms. So that's been on the plan for a while. We've had, we need to upgrade the fire alarm system. Also, a significant concern and issue with smoke detectors going off in various places, false alarms, and time lost on learning because we have to evacuate the building until the fire clear it. Backflow water backflow preventer replacements. We have, I think there's 3 of them attached to our system downstairs in the basement, so this is to replace one of them. We have a hot water heater, an 85-gallon hot water heater that needs to be replaced. We have the kitchen equipment. Again, all of this is in your backup. The very next item down there, the $6,057,000 item, that was to replace the HVAC system here. We initially had in the boiler replacement. And I believe I had $480,000 in this year and $480,000 in next year to replace one a year.
What does what does that stand for? RF?
It stands for Variable Refrigerant Flow. It's effectively to electrify the building, to get us off the natural gas,
Right.
get us out of oil and gas.
Noresco's doing for the town hall.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep, yep. And so Stephen wanted to put that in as, you know, I guess not in response to the Noresco, but that was part of the bigger discussion, I believe, was to electrify all the buildings, right?
I understand
So
correctly
this
that
is for a bond.
it's here because Noresco didn't pass. Should Noresco be put back on the ballot and passed, it would come off of here and be part of that.
It's not in the Noresco
not on-
project.
Oh, it's not?
It was
Okay, I
in there,
misunderstood that. Okay.
so Noresco presented a good, better, and best plan. It was in Noresco's best
Best.
plan.
Oh, maybe that's why, okay.
But
Got
we
it.
were looking to approve Noresco's better plan,
Okay.
Right, the middle of the road.
which included the same sort of system at the town hall.
Okay.
And even the revised Noresco project they're talking about, haven't decided on yet, doesn't add this back in for the high school.
Good.
At the end of the booklet, there are numerous pages called these project detail sheets, and each of these has a descriptor of that. And I just included the Noresco page that makes reference to that for,
The next group have to do with athletics. There's significant items. We've had, I guess it started with the Roundy Gym bleacher replacement. Those bleachers are in tough shape. We can't get parts for them. We've had significant issues and concerns with them. We've talked about replacing them, so we were able to put that in the plan for next year and sort of to go along with that, once the plan is if this passes at town meeting now, they'll take the bleachers out, we'll redo the whole floor down to the bare wood, because it has to be done every so many years, comes down to the bare wood, and then we redo the floor and then put the new bleachers in. So we do the, I'm sorry?
What do we do with the old bleachers?
They go,
didn't dispose them.
yeah.
It's true.
Academies down there, they have basketball games down there.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a
Tractable.
separate conversation, but
Yeah, and it
yeah.
costs money to dispose of something so large.
sure, but if we're replacing them because they're not safe, I would hate to move them from one room to another to, right? I mean, but maybe we don't have to move them all. Maybe we just move
Right,
some of
maybe
them,
there's a more
good
safe-
sections. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree,
There's
yeah.
nothing there.
Yeah. And then relamping the turf field lights, that we've been talking about that for the last couple of years. We've pushed it off. Now we're getting to the point where the lamps do need to be replaced because the illumination is starting to wane a little bit. And so you have to have, there's certain numbers that you have to be within in order for it to be legal, I guess, or safe to use for sports. Next down the line is the locker replacement at the middle school.
Can I ask,
this-
can I ask a quick question about lights or things like that? When those things happen, are assessments made in terms of upgrades to like LED lighting or those kinds of things?
Yeah, so I want to say that the relamp, we looked at, I don't think they have LEDs for them, for big, big, you know, it's the big lights up above the stadium. I don't think they have the LED option for us yet, but to do the next step up, I want to say was like, if I recall correctly, like $100,000 to redo everything. So it was just much cheaper to just do the 18,000.
But then aren't those cheaper options, like the initial investment obviously is way more expensive, but then
Yeah.
your savings over time is, how do you?
I don't know the answer to that. I just know that the shorter term fix was, because we don't have to, I mean, it's literally changing light bulbs in a sense, and we do them all at once, and then it's done, and we haven't replaced them since we put the turf field in. So that there's a good return on investment in terms of $18,000 to redo them all and then not have to do them for another, 8 years?
Worth looking into, though, or
I'm sorry?
we're looking at annual operating costs? Is it worth looking into?
I don't know the operating cost.
I don't know specifically for the field either, but we can certainly look at that, although these would be more efficient lights, so the cost of the service would decrease, but then there's the increased cost of energy itself, so. It's really hard to say. The athletic department is bringing this forward really because they're getting to the point where there's concerns about being able to use the field at night, which then takes,
But ultimately, who makes those, so if this is the town's, this is part of their budget, like, is that part of what the electric department is making analysis around, or like,
We do that.
who the school is responsible for?
we pay the energy bill, so.
Yeah. It's essentially our turf field to maintain. You'll see in a couple of years, actually, next year, FY '27, we'll be looking at potentially replacing what they call it the carpet, but replacing the turf field itself. We get that measured every year. They come in and do an analysis, and we've been very fortunate that it's still in great shape. We've made some minor repairs to it, but it's getting near the end of its life expectancy. So that's why that big number is in there for next year, or the year after, I should say. Continuing on down, locker replacement at the middle school. We replaced one bank of lockers this past year. And so the initial ask was to do the rest of them next year, but we spread it out over 3 years. So $35,000 a bank.
Can we take the ones from the high school and put them in the middle school?
Don't fit.
They don't fit?
I asked about that when I had a tour at the Tiger Tour. I was like,
question.
high school lockers aren't used. Can we?
So strange.
What's wrong with the lockers?
They're falling off the wall.
Oh.
They're all, I mean, they're
yeah,
25,
they're
yeah, they're,
just
yeah, no,
getting
it's a fair
used.
question. They're 25
They
years
just
old
get
and
abused, too.
they take a beating. So,
Can I ask another question? Is it better to hold questions till later, or go?
oh, no, fire away.
Just in terms of the fire alarm systems, both need to be updated at the elementary and middle high school. And it looks like for middle high school, we're proceeding, and with elementary, we're holding off. How do you guys make that determination? Is there anything in the safety audit that reflects?
No, not in terms of that. In terms of it being a safety issue, we've had more concerns in this building with just the wiring and the smoke detectors and stuff. It's been more of a concern here as far as the fire alarm system. Less of a concern in smaller buildings. We have nothing in the capital plan for the Payne building for next year. We might need to do some minor repairs. I looked at the stairway today.
Yeah.
Looks like somebody backed into the handrail.
That's the plow.
But that's a minor repair. And then district-wide, we have technology user equipment, so some of our equipment replacement comes through this and switch. I think, is this where the switches are? I forget.
It is,
You
yes, this is the switches, yeah.
So this is it's a significant ask that we move forward every 5 years? Is it?
5 years, yeah.
And it also has to do with E-rate as well, to replace all the switches for all of our connectivity in all the buildings. And then the flooring and carpet is district-wide again, roofing repairs, certainly, we've dropped that considerably. And then interior and exterior painting, we have money there for district-wide use.
Things like the painting, roofing repairs, and flooring and carpeting are their annual asks of that amount of money. There's for flooring, carpeting, and painting, there's a rotation schedule. But there's also, obviously, as things come up, need to be patched and painted, that's gonna be a source of revenue for that. So some of those are annual asks. There's a couple to point out at the high school that were first approved in a two-part series, so to speak. There was some FY25 money for the fire alarm upgrade and for the backflow preventers. So if you were to look at, I have the fiscal 25 on my screen, but knowing that the cost and the need for those two things in particular, the age of the building and the recommendations and the cost of those, it was believed at the time, like a year ago, to phase that expense over 2 years. The work won't be done until the second part of the money is funded, so it's not like we've begun half of that, at least as far as the fire alarm goes. The backflow preventers have been replaced. We did a couple of them, as Brian mentioned, this year, and the remaining 3 would be next year, if this is approved. A couple of the things also, particularly in this building, are recommendations that first came about in 2019 during the School Solutions Report, when the district-wide assessment of buildings was done. And some of these items were, at that time in 2019, recommended that they need to be done within the next 5 years. The fire panel and the sprinkler system were part of that, those recs. Because they suggested doing it within the next 5 years, and that was now 6 years ago. So that was sort of some of the drive about making sure they ask gets put back out.
And true to form, I mean, I wasn't kidding when I said that, we've had sprinkler heads pop. Just this past year, we had the science classrooms that were pretty much destroyed. Granted, thank goodness we have insurance, but the implications were that was a significant issue for months.
Other questions?
The select board had a couple good had a good question about, can the kitchen equipment at the elementary schools be moved?
Yes.
And the answer was yes.
The answer was yes, and so the things that we're requesting are purposely so to be movable items. They will need to be installed, plugged into water or power, but they will ultimately be able to be moved, yes.
Yeah. So I don't know if MSBA allows that, but I also, there's a 3-year plan at the middle school, high school, so I wonder if MSBA wouldn't let us use that kitchen equipment. It could be repurposed in this building, and then we don't ask
Yeah.
for that capital plan money or something. I don't know. I
It's
just-
not the same
Equipment, okay.
equipment, it's not the same, capacity. Obviously, this building serves many
Right.
more meals a day and different types of foods and so
Right.
forth, but certainly at the end of the, for both elementary schools, if the stars align and everything goes well on the new elementary building, that's still 7, 8 years away.
Yep.
So I think to Brian's point earlier, there's a generation of elementary students that are going to start in September, that their entire career is going to be in these buildings. So probably by the time 8 years is down, we'd be looking at some new culinary equipment anyways. But we haven't actually made these investments in quite some time. We've got culinary equipment that is not functioning,
Most
which is
of it
really
is not.
holding back our capacity to make certain foods.
Yep. And town manager is on board with this capital plan. And after I don't know how we left it with the select board the other night, but the $6 million didn't go over so well.
I think that was an understatement, Kate. It's nice of you
And
to
so-
put it that way.
So I
Not sure what we're going to do about that.
obviously, I wasn't there.
I was there.
We were there.
I'm just, well, but, the original plan was to put in the capital plan 480?
480
Boilers.
480
over 2 years,
over 2 years to replace the boilers here.
gas boilers,
That's how it was
gas-fired
represented,
boilers.
not doing it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
So I think it,
and so the difference being this $6 million will be bonded,
Right.
wouldn't impact necessarily, I mean, yes, it's in the capital plan, it would have an impact, but the immediate dollar expenditure wouldn't be the 480.
I don't know,
Every-
is that their decision of what ends up in the capital
I
plan?
think it's I don't know if the capital plan has been approved by
They
select
just
board, they
discussed
just
it
looked
for
at
the
it.
first time last Monday.
Yeah,
This past
I mean, I could certainly talk to Stephen tomorrow and see
Yeah,
about.
I just didn't know if the plan, I didn't know if the plan, I think he put it in there in the spirit of, as a town, we're trying to move toward electrification, and if he put gas boilers in there,
We were gonna
they
get
would
beat up about
rightfully
that.
ask,
Right,
why are we not electrifying?
right.
So we put the electrified version in, but to Carl's point, it needs to be presented in a way similar to Noresco did. It's not really just a straight-up $6 million investment, because there's cost savings associated with that type of system, and likely a lot of incentives that the town could get. So I think Carl's issue was more, yes, how it needs to be presented in more of a Noresco model, like what's the actual cost to the town, which is not. And it's a little misleading to the town to just say it's a straight-up $6 million expense, because it's not. So that's not our problem to solve, but I just wanted to say that was sort of the sentiment at Select Board.
It would impact our operating costs, right?
I don't know much about the system. It's all in the Noresco investment grade
The cost of electricity
audit.
would dramatically increase, right, cost of electricity in this building. And I think even in the Noresco plan, the return on that $6 million investment is decades long. Right. I mean, it's not a 10-year, 20-year,
Yeah.
life of the building return. It is
Yeah.
decades.
That's why they didn't fund it in the Noresco
I think
plan
so.
for
Yeah.
building.
But that continues to sort of, and, the community conversation needs to be is this something that the community wants to continue to go down that path and reduce the,
But in your
footprint and all of that, right?
perspective, something needs to be in that FY '26 capital budget
Well, we,
for heating for this building.
Or certainly
the
for
the two boilers are 25, 26 years old. We have had issues with them the last 2 years. This year, we started the year with one barely put together, and it wasn't until late fall that the second one was up and running.
Right before Thanksgiving.
Yeah. So again, we're, sort of rolling the dice that it's a good thing there's two boilers there, so if one goes down, we still can run on one. Right? You don't have the redundant system, but we've had significant issues with those boilers the last 2
Right.
years.
Yep.
So.
Okay.
Other questions? The LED lighting for the Noresco plan, that's in there in red. If there is no version of Noresco in the end, do we need to be worried about our lighting, or I guess that'll be put into future plans?
Yeah.
And
I think that's probably also one of the reasons why, for both elementary schools, there was a significant, delay in anything that would be a real, investment that wouldn't have a functional life of, 6, 7, 8 years. But the LED lighting for this building is certainly real, much realer than the two elementary schools.
okay. The modular, the number that's represented here,
240.
Yep.
Yep.
Does that number cost literally getting it in place?
Yes.
So
What,
for it to run for next year, what is that cost, and is that in the budget?
so the cost of the what the $240,000 will buy us in FY '26 is to design, install, and outfit with utilities and utility costs for year one. It doesn't include any furniture or fixtures, although Amy doesn't seem to think we're going to need to buy new desks and that. There's enough, I think there's enough, district-wide to outfit that. But this 240 just brings this up to life, if you will, for 1 year.
Okay.
And there's about a $65,000, annual cost for the lease and for utilities and for upgrade moving into '27 and '28. So this $240,000 is year one to get us into a place where we can move students into that and staff.
Where would that 64,000 operating budget go?
It would have to go in the operating budget for the school district.
That makes me very nervous. And I absolutely appreciate the space constraints and so much, but we are.
I worry we'll get, I know services are delivered differently than they were probably even
10 years ago.
Yeah, probably even differently than they were pre-pandemic. But there were substantially more kids in that building 5, 10, 15 years ago. So that's just, I know it's more complicated than that, but that's a,
I think too, that maybe a difference is more services being offered.
and
That
class
would need
sizes are
more
really
like
small.
actual space,
Yeah.
not,
Yeah.
classroom space. Things are broken up differently.
Yeah, there's assistant principals, there's more adjustment counselors, there's a lot more.
Yeah.
A lot more bodies and a lot more pull-out spaces.
In the classrooms in Winthrop now, they're well-sized, right? They're big rooms and serving,
They're well below code. Pretty small, right? The class sizes are small, so they fit.
I just want to ask
probably.
about the furnishings piece too, because I know you said Amy doesn't think that they'll need stuff, but like this just came up in the budget for Doyon, right? For like funding furnishings and stuff there, and that was, so,
That was a little bit different. The funding for Doyon was tables for the art room, because right now what we're using is old cafeteria tables that are not functional.
and isn't it like a,
Classrooms would be, we would essentially be moving the preschool classrooms, all their stuff into the modulars. That's the difference between the furniture.
Would office conference room tables be something that would fit the bill for that? A reason why I'm saying it is I see a lot of offices that are just, looking for somebody to take their office furniture, just take it off their hands because they're getting new stuff, so I don't know. Large conference room tables.
That I don't know.
You've worked with, the district has worked with EBSCO before to get some
Yeah,
donated
yeah,
furniture.
office furniture, desks and stuff like that, yeah.
that's more like size appropriate though, I don't know, for, if
Yeah.
it's.
I can keep my eye out. Marketplace.
Preschool size.
So I guess at this big budget subcommittee meeting you have coming up, I would like just like a deeper look into the impact of that modular on our tightening budget every year.
How many pre-K classes do we have or offered?
2.
Two school.
Winthrop.
Oh, in Winthrop, yes.
Two.
It's 2 in Winthrop.
And that's really why Amy's recommendation would be to be able to put, the whole program there in that new space.
How many kids are in that total,
So
approximately?
it's in our budget, and I looked at this, they're expecting next year 40 higher than what is there now.
She always inflates the numbers a little bit.
That's like the potential seating, right? But no, that's what I was looking for, so that's helpful.
Max enrollment capacity.
Oxford is trying to do, too. How they're recruiting 40 kids, 76.
This is not a educationally advantageous move, but like, again, just thinking outside the box. Half days, different thing, like what else, just how else can we look at the problems we're facing? And I don't have the answer, but.
Is there somewhere on this, specific on the site where it's proposed to go?
Well, there were 2 places that, the footprint that you see in the drawing is about 1,800 square feet. And there are 2 places on campus that it could go. It could go in the space outside of door number 3, which is sort of in between the walkway and the chain link fence, or behind the White House now, which is, there's plenty of room there, of course. But those are the 2. Those are the, yes, fair enough. Those are the 2 places that are in mind.
All right. On to the next item.
When does capital plan get finalized?
The select board would finalize that.
Yeah, no,
yeah, I don't
do you
know the
know? I
date.
don't. Okay.
They
You
didn't speak
meet
to
the
that the
third.
other night.
Yeah.
They sort of had this very lengthy conversation with rearranging some FinCom schedules and dates and a variety of things.
Okay.
So they meet the 3rd.
They meet the
Budget
3rd.
meets the 3rd. I don't know that there'll be any, if you'll come to any different conclusions, but if that is a potential, does that need to be communicated now?
To take it off, you mean?
And, I mean, any of the items, but potentially that one, if there's, worthy discussion there.
At half-day.
Well, are there other items in the capital plan that we're looking to not support? Or is it just that?
I think I have
Let's-
questions on the modular. It sounds like the select board more has questions about the heating system here. I don't know if it's worth the school committee or you.
I think their questions were how it's presented in finance, not should we do it?
I think they're worried about it getting approved, though, at all.
They're worried about it. They have some concerns about having it on at all, I would say, from what I heard. Some of them.
Oh, okay.
So how do
As
we,
opposed to the previous 2 separate units, $4 million over 2 years? Like they like that better? I don't
Two
remember that.
separate units at
That was the
$400,000.
That was the original.
2 gas
Yes, I mean,
boilers.
yes.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, 4,
Yeah.
yeah, 2 gas, yes.
Sorry. Huh, okay.
Yeah.
Based on community appetite.
15 more minutes of battery, is that what you said? Oh, yeah, bandwidth. I'm about that on my battery and my battery.
so,
We can certainly ask
yeah,
what the town plan is.
Yeah,
think
and I
it's
think
fair.
even after the, I think even after the, if they approve the plan on Monday night as it is, and we decide that we want to remove it after
Yeah,
Monday night,
Yeah,
we can still
I think
remove
it's
it.
adding things, that's the problem.
all right.
Because I think there's probably
Yeah, you could
been
not go
items
forward with it,
at, well, but even on, it goes on the, it goes on the warrant
Okay.
for town meeting, and I think we've had things removed at town meeting, right? From the,
Sure.
from the
I
capital.
don't remember,
plan.
but certainly could, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay.
It's a line item, but yeah. Okay.
In general, they didn't seem to be concerned about a lot of things. I think they asked if the turf field lights could be moved to Noresco, and it seemed like no, because
They were going to look.
Because we just didn't think Noresco did that. And then I think one member asked if the principal office classroom conversion was really necessary.
It's a hard
But we
yes.
sort of compared,
Yeah.
but you sort of explained that well.
That's kind of
that
the
it
answer I
was-
gave.
Yeah, I think they read it as
Needing
like just
to-
a renovation, not a.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is making the principal office quite smaller,
Yeah.
so we can have more
Right,
students.
right.
Have more.
Yeah.
I don't think they realized.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
So, it was a fair question.
Oh, yeah.
Hot tub.
no, it actually wasn't even, I don't think that office, where Adam's office is now, that was a classroom 2 years ago. And we split that in half to make that into
OT.
PT room and his office, because the previous principal had the office where the math lab
coaches,
is now. So, I mean, again, we're not in as, maybe not as tight constraints, but we're pretty darn close to being where we are with the Winthrop School. I mean, there's no more, we're using the 2 closets, or one of the 2 closets on the stage in Winthrop as an office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Motion to adjourn.
Almost there.
Can we,
So-
can we delay anything to next week?
I'm thinking liaison reports, unless anybody has anything super pressing they need to share before next week. Let's not, I think we've touched upon most of them. We have time for a very brief student report and superintendent report, especially because you're not going to be here. Hold finance report till next week.
This entire meeting.
I know.
I was on a roll.
Well, it's really the monthly update. I mean,
Yeah, but we're
it's in
still
your-
in February. It wouldn't be a monthly update.
Oh,
The
anyway.
month is a
Oh,
month,
okay.
Great, so it's a
Okay.
non-item.
All right.
Oh, darn.
Good.
No finance report other than budget work.
Let's go student first, then Dr. Blake, and then we should be wrapping up. Okay.
Students are back from vacation. They enjoyed it. They're looking forward to the next vacation.
Oh my God, that was amazing.
I don't meet until, I don't meet with student advisory until next week, so I'll hear more updates about their concerns and other student concerns. Haven't really had time to go around this week and ask students what they're feeling, because this week's just been really busy with tests and kids getting back from break. Yellowstone trip leaves this weekend to go to Yellowstone for a week. That's another thing.
Yay.
I think they
Oh my
leave
gosh.
Saturday or Sunday, and then they're gone for the week. And
We're all awake again. Like, tell us more. Oh, so
They're excited. They
exciting.
fly into, I forget. Anyway, they fly in somewhere and they stay there. And,
Great.
yeah, it'll be fun. They'll be in
Amazing.
Yellowstone.
Going somewhere and staying there.
I'm going to mention this super brief. Maybe before your term ends,
Yep.
I know at the elementary schools, there's the, I have no brain right now, what are the student councils there? My daughter's on it. What are they called?
Step away from the computer.
We're
Yes,
fading here.
Student
Let's wrap it
leadership.
up.
There's like those at elementary, I'm not totally familiar with what's at the middle school, but maybe like, I don't know if you would be able to kind of connect with anybody just to kind of maybe sum up some feedback from
Oh,
students at
from
all
other
levels.
schools? That's a good
Yeah.
idea. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Dr. Blake?
Yeah, so I put the bulleted sort of well, it's just one one paragraph of it's been a short, it's been a short time frame since the last meeting because of February vacation. So it's pretty much been everything budget the last 2 weeks, including during vacation week. Before that, I had met with Keith to review all the work that was being done over vacation. During vacation is when, any of the vacation periods is when we do all of the system upgrades. So we update the firewalls, we change out switches and do all the system upgrades that we need to do for that. And he's got a whole spreadsheet of what gets done during each vacation. So we reviewed all that. Everything went off without a hitch again. They were done by late Friday afternoon. I met with Brad because he was on vacation during break, so I wanted to make sure that we had a handle on what was getting done. The heating unit at the high school cafeteria, remember we had that significant issue that was put back up, repaired over the last couple of weeks, and then put back up over vacation, and they replaced the ceiling tile and everything. We did the 2 additional classrooms at Winthrop. We had the carpeting ripped up, the concrete ground down, and the new floors installed to seal all that back up. We dealt with plumbing and heating issues at both Doyon and the middle school and high school. They did a deep cleaning of the chorus room here. They took out the bleachers, the risers and everything. And we're still dealing with, unfortunately, a leaking roof at Doyon. And it's due to the ice dams that have built up. So, we're fortunate, hopefully the weather will stay warm for another couple of days and we'll get rid of the rest of the ice. They were up on the roof today and got rid of a bunch of what they could, and I think the downspouts are thawed out now. and we believe it's coming from the flashing and the edging that wasn't necessarily replaced. It wasn't, we did the membranes. So we're still trying to sort that out. But I know ServPro is out there tonight to dry out some carpets, and we'll get some things, some of the carpet replaced that, they're the carpet squares, so we can just pop them up and replace them. And then, again, the budget meeting, meeting with the town to review the numbers. I met with Tom regarding the capital plan, and then all the subcommittee meetings that took place. I have a grievance that I'm in the process of resolving with the IEA. And this afternoon, or this morning, I was actually over in Marlborough at the executive board meeting for MASS. So, for a week and a half.
Was there something else happened at Doyon today too, right? Pipe or?
Yeah, so, no. So what happened was there was a water main break on Line Brook Road. So not a direct, nothing directly with the school. Like, none of our pipes burst. It was out on Line Brook Road going up toward Marini's on the left-hand side, I think, right? But they had to shut the water off. So we got that phone call at like 4 o'clock this afternoon. We had EDP in the building. Could I keep EDP open? Could I not? They weren't sure when they were going to shut the water off, et cetera. It may have been a little bit earlier than 4. We were able to keep EDP there because a lot of the kids are leaving early, and we could function for a short period of time. The problem was the Fries had bingo scheduled, the bingo night scheduled tonight there, that unfortunately they called around looking for a place to move it to, and there wasn't any, nobody answered apparently at Town Hall. They tried to do it here. They would have loved to have done it here in the PAC. There was nobody to talk to them right away as far as what was going on in this building, because there was no facilities folks around, at that point. But I remembered later that there's, the chorus has a class here at night. Not chorus, the orchestra. So they wouldn't have been able to use the Performing Arts Center anyway. There was basketball in the gyms. So, so unfortunately, they had to cancel their event, which caused some other concerns because it was planned in advance, and Pomodori's had donated or made, started to make like 100 pizzas or something. So they regrouped, and from what I understand, because I was on my way to get ready for this meeting, they were doing some kind of drive-by something for the parents to pick up and buy pizzas, whatever, however they were doing it. So I felt bad for them, but
Drove
it
right
was
by.
out
I
of,
could
it
have
was out
picked
of
up
our
a pizza
control.
on the way here.
So it was out of our control. There's nothing I could do. We had no water in the building. I can't have. They even tried to get porta potties on short notice, but I guess the person who owns the company wasn't available. So
The roof replacements, they weren't fully replaced, they were just repairs that were made, right? So that's why like the flashing and stuff would
we
continue to
did
be.
roof overlays. And my understanding it was, I was under the initial impression that they did the entire roof all the way around, and they did not. They did sections that were in the worst shape, and then they did used a different product on other areas. So, but Brad seems to think it's ice dams and the water getting underneath the flashing, so that's what they're exploring.
But it's caused leaking in the
Leaks,
classrooms.
yeah.
Were students displaced?
One classroom, we we displaced them because it was significant enough that there were a number of drips. It wasn't just like a flood, it was dripping in different places, and so one classroom, we had to move them.
Or like, just temporarily displaced, or they're currently displaced?
They should be back in there tomorrow because Serve Pro is there tonight.
And the plan for moving forward, I mean, we'll see what the weather does, but
Yeah.
if there's another storm, is there like a plan to get ahead of it?
Depending on how much snow we get, and the only remedy to that is getting up on the roof and either shoveling it or snow blowing it.
I think we're looking to get it for the next week or so, so that's the good, yeah.
Where the weather holds and we can get rid of the rest of the ice that's up there.
And then next year, just keeping this in mind. Right. So weird. We haven't
What's
been
that?
here that long.
Computer just
All right.
Yeah.
Any more questions for Dr. Blake? Nope. Great. New business. Okay. Consent agenda. I move the Ipswich School Committee to approve the disposal of the high school textbooks as presented in our meeting folder.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Jenny, second by Jen. All in favor? Great. Passes. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Moved by Jenny, second by Jen. All in favor? Great. Adjourned at 11:29, 1 hour past our
Micro
anticipated
machine
time.
I don't know what I was thinking 2 weeks ago, but I have a 7 o'clock PT appointment tomorrow in Beverly.
No.
Oh, my gosh.
Not in the morning.